put a section back so they can walk through. Now they're all standing there. Now we can't walk through.
This regular meeting of the Judson ISD Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 6 p.m. I'm very pleased that you've taken time to join us this evening. As the Judson Board of Trustees, we are here to set goals and policies and oversee the management of the district. We are responsible for approving budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and to listen to the reports from the superintendent. We are not here to make administrative or management decisions pertaining to the daily operation of the district. This is the responsibility of the superintendent. This is a meeting in compliance with the State Government Code on Open Meetings. Tonight's agenda has been appropriately posted. This is a meeting in public, not a meeting of the public. As our guest, you are welcome to observe and listen. These proceedings are being video and audio recorded and will become part of Judson's permanent legal record. In order that the tape adequately reflect these proceedings, please silence your mobile devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Since it is legally mandated that these proceedings are recorded accurately, I may have to ask for order periodically should I notice that disruptions are interfering with our recording capabilities. Once again, I extend a very sincere welcome to each of you from the entire school board. Thank you so much for your interest in Judson ISD. I'd like to establish quorum, so if we can do that. Miss Eaton will not be here today. She will not be in. So quorum is established, and Dr. Fields?
If we could all rise, please, for the invocation. Bow your heads, please. Heavenly Father, we come to you this evening asking once again for your guidance, your wisdom, your support as we begin this meeting. Be with us in our deliberations and help us to make wise decisions. Finally, we say thank you for family and friends during this holiday season, and it's in Jesus' name that we pray. Amen.
Please remain standing for the presentation of the United States colors, led by the Wagner High School JROTC, overseen by Chief Michael Good, Senior Army Instructor, as well as Master Sergeant Dudley and Sergeant First Class Harper. Tonight's color guard is commanded by U.S. Flag Cadet Major Leilani Rodriguez. Texas Flag Cadet Sergeant Jesselyn Baron. U.S. Guard Cadet Captain Lauren Perez. Texas Guard Cadet Sergeant Major Juliana Menchaca. Our pledge leader this evening is Adeline Blockley, a student from Coronado Village Elementary. Adeline is a 5th grade student. She is in a dual language program at her school, and just this month she was awarded the Toro Pride Integrity Award. She is a member of the National Elementary Honor Society, School Choir, Art Club, Safety Patrol, UIL Storytelling, and Battle of the Books Reading Club. Outside of school, she is a Girl Scout. She swims competitively with the AAAA Judson Metrocom team. She also dances Ballet Folklorico and has performed at the Riverwalk. Thank you for leading us in the pledges, Adeline.
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas Pledge.
I honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God,
one and indivisible.
Color guard, hold, ready.
You may be seated. And if we could, again, recognize and give a round of applause for Adeline Blockley, our pledge leader this evening from Coronado Village. I know her administrators are here, Ms. Garza and Ms. Gutierrez. Also her parents, Iris and Eric Blockley. We have a certificate for you, Ms. Adeline.
Yes. Thank you so much. I apologize.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And if we could also recognize and give a round of applause to our JROTC from Wagner High School. Ladies, very nice job. Great job. We do have a few recognitions this evening. Our first one is coming from our San Antonio Sports All-Star Basketball game. So we'd like to highlight a couple of key individuals for their recognition in the inaugural San Antonio Sports All-Star Basketball game, which will be played in the spring. The game day will showcase 120 top local high school seniors in a competition of Team Black versus Team Gold in 2 divisions, which will also include an All-Star Skills Challenge and a 3-point contest. This is the first of its kind, and the games will be broadcast on KSAT 12. The San Antonio Sports All-Star Basketball Championship trophies for the winning teams will be named in honor of 4 notable coaches, 2 of them being from Judson ISD. The girls' 5A, 6A trophy will be named after Treva Corrales, Judson ISD Executive Director of Athletics. And not able to be here this evening because she is actually out coaching a basketball team is the girls' 4A, 1A, and private school trophy will be named after Christina Camacho, Judson High School girls athletic coordinator and head basketball coach. Coach Camacho was also selected as Team Gold coach for the inaugural game. We are honored to have 2 of our Judson ISD athletics staff to be a part of this inaugural moment for the San Antonio High School basketball. Their dedication and support for our Judson ISD athletes truly shine on and off the court. Congratulations on this well-deserved recognition. We have another special recognition, and this comes to our San Antonio Special Olympics Unified Sports Team. The Judson High School Unified Sports Teams were honored with a couple of very special honors. Judson High School was recognized in the 2023 ESPN Honor Roll for the Southeast region by ESPN anchor Randy Scott, honoring all of the unified athletes and members who have played a role in helping to establish the school's Unified Champion School program. Key individuals who have played a role in assisting with the Unified Sports program are Principal Mr. Richard Mendoza, Unified Cheer Coach Brianna Merchant, Unified Cheer Coach, not able to be here this evening, Brianna Estrada, Unified Powerlifting Coach, Jeremy Walden, Unified Band Advisor, Molly Stuckey, Unified Band Director, Laura Braun, Unified Band Director, David Hochstetter, Unified Advisor, Teresa Urbanovsky, Unified Track and Field Coach, Melissa Martinez. I know they have a banner too. I see it. And I don't want to leave out a very special person, an advocate for our students and the Special Olympics program here. On behalf of Special Olympics Texas, head of delegation for the Judson ISD Special Olympics and Judson ISD Adaptive PE teacher, Amy Paul, was nominated and was named the recipient of the Red Ball Award. And it is literally a red ball. Very cool. This recognition was established to identify UCS campus or district staff that have gone above and beyond to implement the Unified Champions School mission on their campus. Special Olympics highlights these extraordinary leaders by sharing their achievements, not only as a thank you for their dedication and hard work, but as an inspiration for UCS campuses across Texas. No matter the size of years the school has been involved with the UCS, Special Olympics wants to recognize the excitement and enthusiasm of the individuals who advocate for inclusion. We are extremely thankful for our unified partnership and all of the incredible work they have done in taking charge and implementing these programs that have encouraged the inclusion of all students. Their dedication continues to spread joy on campus and has made their team an excellent candidate for this prestigious achievement. Your hard work and determination have truly shined, and we are so proud of you, and we thank you for your service to the students and community of Judson ISD. It's okay, just walk out with it and show it off. Proud. Thank you. Yes. This concludes our recognitions. Thank you.
Okay, we do have a few citizens to be heard that I'd like to get up here. Our first citizen to be heard is Marilyn McKinney.
Good evening. From the first day of school to the first STAR test at the elementary level, there are 132 instructional days. About 25 of them are taken up with testing. Then you have your monthly fire drill, and you have your random program, and there's picture day. And so by the time you've whittled away all of these things, an elementary school teacher has maybe 100 days to teach the entire curriculum. Some of these things you can do something about. Some of these things you can't do anything about. Those that you can fix, I would request respectfully that you do. Because this lack of time, this eating away of the time that you have given me to perform my job, is a great concern to me. And I think it might have something to do with why people quit, why they leave, not only Judson, but the profession. You cannot get time back. I realize that more and more as I get older and older. Also, you have the matter of data. As I said, almost 25 days, instructional days, is taken up with gathering data. Now, in some cases, I have quite bluntly said to administrators, do you want no data or do you want bad data? In other words, bad scores. Because I haven't taught those units that you are saying, oh, time to give the test for. State statute, your own policy, says that teachers must be given adequate time to teach the specified curriculum. I have 100 instructional days to teach the entire curriculum. Instructional days have gone from 177 calendar days to 172. Lengthening the school day is not the solution because you hit the point of the law of diminishing returns kicks in. Everybody's tired by 2 o'clock at the elementary level. You have lengthened the duty day by 15 minutes. Most of your teachers do not live in Judson. And that 20 minutes it takes to get, or 10 to 20 minutes it takes to get out of the building and onto one of the thoroughfares it takes to get home, you have thrown us all into nightmare traffic. I would suggest that's probably going to be another reason why people leave. I live in Selma. I don't get on 35 at 3:40 in the afternoon. I stay on the frontage road the whole way.
Ms. McKinney, you've reached your time.
Thank you. Please consider doing something about the things that you can. Thank you and happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. The next citizen to be heard is John Suttleton. That's pretty close. Is that pretty close? Well, thank you, John.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the school board and members of Judson ISD. My name is John Suttleton, and I am grateful for this opportunity to address you today. I'm a 10th year teacher, 5th at Wagner. I love being a T-bird. I'm here tonight to make you aware of an issue that the special education teachers in our district share. The issue is the new requirement of keeping a physical data binder for our caseload containing sensitive information on each of our monitor students. We work hard to abide by FERPA law and not make it known who the students are in our class that receive special education services. But one slip up with this binder, and we open ourselves up to litigation. I love my students, but every year things disappear from my desk. I've lost speakers, Post-it notes, a bobblehead. Do I think they will steal a data binder? No. But just opening it up and seeing a name and a disability would be enough to break the law. Per district requirements, these data binders are supposed to hold 5 things: a PEMS data sheet, an IRF bundle, full ARD with supplements, IRF receipts, data collection sheets, and work samples for each student on our load. 4 out of the 5 required items are already housed and readily accessible online through our eSped platform. Only people with an educational interest in the student should have access to this information. After logging into my laptop, 30 to 40 seconds later, you can find anything regarding students on my caseload if I don't have it memorized already. PEMS data, already archived, it has its own page. IRF bundles, full ARDs, same thing. Receipts proving who has received and signed for information is right there in the same place. Just like data collection sheets, parent, student, teacher surveys, they're all housed in eSped. This sensitive information is protected by only allowing access through the correct channels. Besides parents and advocates, if you have authorization to view this information, you have access to eSped. If you do not have access, I question your right to see this information at all. This morning, Wagner High School had a meeting for all special education staff. Several district special education employees were there, along with our department head and special education administrator. We all heard the same thing when I asked, again, why we have to have these binders. A few bad eggs ruined it for everyone, and the school board now wants you all to have these binders. I have no issues with abiding by FERPA. I've done it for a decade, but this binder takes it out of my hands. I do not have access to a locking cabinet. Any student could potentially view the contents, yet here we are, and I'm supposed to have hard copies readily available. Who needs these copies? Parents? My department head? District level staff? My school admin? No. They all have access to eSped. So who am I really making this information available to? The answer is someone who is not authorized to view it. Time-wise, does it hurt me to print copies? No, the work is already done. But does this hurt me and the district legally? Potentially, very much so.
John, you've reached your 3-minute limit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our final citizen to be heard is Kristen Sandoval.
Can't see me. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kristen Sandoval. I'm here today to ask for your consideration on continuing to allow out-of-district students to be able to continue for next school year or even have a grandfather clause to the students who are currently already attending. I have 2 boys who attend a school in the Judson district. Even though we live 1 block away, we are considered out of district. My oldest, who has been with the district since he was in 1st grade and who is now in 3rd grade, has come so far. In 1st grade, he was diagnosed with ADHD. Going into 2nd grade, he was diagnosed with dyslexia. Now being in the 3rd grade, he is being referred to GT. So as a parent, this shows you how much progress he has made. My youngest, who is 4 years old and has been with Judson since pre-K 3, is also under the special ed umbrella. Last year, he only spoke 3 words. This year, he's talking sentences. I owe this to their school. I'm also very active. I'm a vice president of the PTO team. I volunteer for most events, including family nights, field trips, or just to name a few. So I'm here just to ask for your consideration on next year to considering out-of-district students to continue for the ones that have been there for since the beginning of the school year for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, we're going to move things around a little bit on the agenda. Instead of going straight into the superintendent report, we're going to start with our consideration of consent items, and we'll take it from there, and then, of course, begin. So I'd like to start off by saying I'm going to be pulling consent item F, J, and K for discussion. Are there any other items?
I would like to pull C just for some clarification.
Okay, consent item C, Ms. Faulkner. And Ms. Stanford, did you say you had one?
Yes, G and I.
G. Any others? Okay. Then I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve consent items A, B, D, E. Oh, yes, Ms. Faulkner. Which other one?
K.
Okay. Okay, I have that pulled. So that's quite all right. So, no worries about it. So again, I move that we approve consent items A, B, D, E, H, L, and M.
Second.
Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, go ahead. Okay, consent items pass. So the first item, Ms. Faulkner, is item C.
Yes, there was
Just a question on the curriculum purchased for special ed. If we could just get some clarification on that.
Yes, ma'am. I believe, did Dr. Topper make it back in yet?
She's speaking to a parent.
Okay, gotcha. This is the curriculum for just the life skills at Apple classrooms that we're purchasing for renewal.
And it's-
Do you have
It is,
anything else?
it
to
is the adaptive curriculum for them, for those specific units.
Okay.
Any other questions? No? Would you mind making the motion, Ms. Faulkner?
I move that we approve the consideration of approving expenditures equal to or greater than 50,000.
Second.
Please proceed to vote. Motion passes 6-0. I pulled consent item F for the campus improvement plan, executive summary. Thank you for compiling all this information, Dr. Fields and your
Yes, sir.
team. I just had a general question. Is there a way to potentially add, I guess, employee retention to some of these campus improvement plans? I don't think that's usually a priority, it's academics, but wanted to know in some way that we're also working to look at retention campus by campus. Is that something that could be potentially added?
Not a problem at all. I would, if we're saying, we're looking at retention for purposes of, just reducing retention, I would kind of guard against that.
No, reducing retention? I mean,
You're saying, reducing the lack of retention.
yes, we want to retain.
Well, not necessarily,
Can
and that's
I
what I'm getting ready to get into.
clarifying question before we go too deep? The campus develops the campus improvement plan, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I don't
If
think
it's not
that
a
we're
priority
in a
for them.
space, Mr. Macias, to be telling the campus what they should put on their improvement plan. If you want to suggest that for the district improvement plan, okay, but campus improvement plans should be built by the people on the campus, in my opinion.
I would imagine campuses think retention is important too.
Well, we all do. But back to my statement. A good example of that is, in my history, when I took
Sure.
over at Wagner, there was a mass exodus after the first year. I know the same thing happened to Dr. Topping because I sat there and watched it. And I've noticed that we're moving a lot of people's cheeses. And as we do that, people are moving and relocating. And a good example of that is Metzger Middle School. If you were to look at them and look at their retention, you would probably say, hey, there may be an issue here. And recently, as of today, we found out that they went up in their rankings from last year. And they're out of, what is it, ladies? Comprehensive designation, which means that they're no longer a comprehensive school. They even went up in the new criteria. So they went a long way, but if you were to look at some of the movement at that campus, you would think that there's an issue, but they've been trying really hard in terms of implementing their innovative strategies and bringing the scores up. So hats off to Loretta Davidson and the rest of the administration there. But a lot of movement is not always indicative of an issue at the campus, is I guess what I'm trying to get across.
Well, I will also just allow, as Ms. Rodriguez had mentioned, I certainly want campuses to take the lead on that, but it's just a question I had in terms of we all know it's important. So at that point, I'll defer.
We'll look into it.
Yeah, is there any other questions on this matter? Then I'll go ahead and move that we approve the campus improvement plan executive summary reports.
Second.
Okay. Please cast your vote. Okay, motion passes 6-0. The next item that was pulled was from Ms. Stanford.
Right, this is a memorandum of understanding between the Bexar County Office of Criminal Justice and JISD. I thought this was a very interesting program, and I was just curious. It sounds like we get students together with staff, and then they work on helping resolve conflict between students or between staff.
You're absolutely correct.
Right? Is
A
that-
restorative justice technique, yes, ma'am. It's called amigos in mediation.
So I assume this is voluntary involvement,
Yes, ma'am.
right? And are there students on every campus, or is it just certain campuses?
It's just certain campuses. I believe it's Olympia, Wortham, and Wagner. Is there?
Correct.
Right.
So there are other programs we use that follow the same protocol. My Brother's Keeper, restorative justice practices. This is just another version of that.
Oh, so this is one of others we have?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. Focusing on conflict resolution.
It just sounded really exciting to me. It sounds like it has a lot of potential to help with discipline in general. And I see that there are goals and results that are gathered.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we get, is that shared with us? To see?
There is a data collection piece. This is actually initiated with Bexar County. It's
Right.
grant funded from Bexar County to us.
Right.
So all of the agencies that they interact with, other school districts, there is a data sharing component, but most of that data is collected for
Through
Bear
them.
County, by Bear County, for the purposes of compliance for their grant.
So we don't get to see?
We do get to see bits and pieces of it. On our end, the bulk of it is housed with Bear County.
Is that something the board can see? I'd love to see how it's working.
Let me see what I can do.
Okay, thank you. That's it. It just sounds like a very interesting program.
Are there any other questions? Ms. Stanford, if you wouldn't mind making the motion.
Okay, do I need to read the whole thing?
Just, I move to approve. I move to approve.
I move to approve the MOU between Bear County Office of Criminal Justice Policy, et
Second.
cetera, and JISD.
Second.
Okay, go ahead and cast your vote, please. Motion passes 6-0. The next consent item is letter J, and I believe that you have that item pulled as well, Ms. Stanford.
No, it's I.
I think it's aye.
It's I, sorry.
Yes, sir.
Correct, letter I.
Right, and this was donations by Holtcat, $10,000 from Holtcat for the Applied Ag Engineering Program, and $45,606 Jeff grants awarded, and I just pulled it to say thank you for those donations.
Thank you, ma'am.
So with that, then I move that we approve, unless there's any other,
Yeah, I was going to say that, but hold on. I don't think there's any questions. Go ahead.
I move that we approve the donations to Judson ISD.
Second.
Please vote. Motion passes 6-0. I pulled this item, letter J, regarding the resolution regarding the winter retention incentive that's being paid out through ESSER 3. For the sake of our community, this is part of what was passed as part of a compensation plan in June, but we were told back in June that there would have to be a resolution brought forward before we could take action on that. So this is a continuance of that process, and so wanted to know, Dr. Fields, do you have anything else more to add?
Oh, no, sir. Just the same way we would for a holiday not a holiday, I apologize. A snow day where people don't come to work, but we still pay them in Judson ISD. There's a resolution that needs to be made even for the incentives. And this is all done for the purpose of retention, as you mentioned earlier.
Well, that's why we're doing it. And just so it's note, the resolution will dictate that full-time non-teachers receive incentive. This is correct, right, Dr. Phil?
Yes, sir. It'll be the same as what was approved in the budget cycle,
Yes, and so,
budgeted for.
yeah,
Yes, sir.
so I'll put it on record. Full-time non-teachers, 1,000, 0 to 5 years, 1,000, 6 to 10, 1,500, 11 to 20, 2,000, 21 plus, 2,500.
Yes, sir.
So that's just, again, it's an important thing, so
Yes, sir.
Gotta
I
put it out
appreciate
there.
Thank you.
are there any other questions related to this? Ms. Stanford?
What will the balance be left over from the ESSER funds? Any balance left after this?
I'm sure there's balance left over, ma'am, but it'll be for, paying salaries and all the other stuff attached to the ESSER for the rest of the year. So to give that number after the winter, I know that the spring incentive won't be from the ESSER funds, just the winter will. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Ryan, you have a question?
My question was along that same line, because we never got the ESSER budget for 23-24, showing exactly how much we ended, now that we have our end of the year financials, and really showing how this was all gonna be laid out, because we're running out of shopping days till this money expires. So y'all can work, since we now have the kind of audited end of the year, can we see where we started this year and kind of where that plan is, and see what that audit projection, we normally had those posted to our website, showing exactly what we were spending our ESSER funds on since we started getting that. So if we could get an update on that, especially taking this dollar amount out, and just so we all have visibility as we head into the budget cycle of what that may look like for next year. Thank you.
Understood.
Are there any other comments or questions? All right. Then I'll go ahead and make the motion. I move that we approve the resolution regarding the winter retention incentive.
Second.
Okay, please cast your vote. Okay, motion passes. I also pulled this one for the new verbiage regarding the amendment to the JISD District Innovation Plan with an exemption from the Texas Education Code related to House Bill 114. We've had some discussion on this before, and I wanted to be very clear that the board has asked that we go back to the district site-based committee. We go through the process of modifying. Our initial vote on all this was to offer suspension in lieu of DAEP first, but we went back and we wanted to have the option to have in-school suspension as a possible option in addition to either being suspended, but with counseling. So for the sake of this modification, that is what I'd like to see followed. I know that the district and the board have had some consensus on this, but certainly wanted to restate that clearly for our community, that the next step for those caught with nicotine or vaping that has a cigarette, that in-school suspension, 3-day suspension, and counseling be the potential first step before DAEP.
Yes, sir. We went back based on the recommendation of the board. I think it was Ms. Ryan that said that she'd rather for the students to be in school rather than out. When we went back and spoke to the district site base or the DOI committee about this, one of the things that came up was the degree of infraction of this consequence. One thing is showing up with one nicotine vape. It's another thing if you show up with 12. And although 3 days of in-school suspension and counseling would work if you were found in possession of one, they felt like harsher consequences or more severe consequences should be given for those individuals who decide to vape in the middle of class or have 12 on them. So they wanted a range that they could go from rather than just saying, first possession of a vape, you get 3-day suspension and counseling. And that range went from 3-day suspension, 3 days ISS and counseling to possible DAEP placement on the first attempt. So this will be reworded to say that for e-cigarettes containing nicotine, first offense consequences will range from a minimum of 3 days in-school suspension or to DAEP placement. Now, if a student were to bring a vape that had THC in it, it's an automatic DAEP placement. There's no in school or out of school.
Did we get an updated one? Because that's not what this says.
I know, that's why he called it, so we could make the modification in here. The modification would read, for e-cigarettes containing nicotine, first offense consequence will range from a minimum of 3 days in-school suspension to DAEP placement. And that's what we're asking the board to vote on this evening, for the first.
Ms. Ryan, you have the floor?
Okay, yes, because no, we all got very confused with the wording, the way it was, and we're like, wait a second, this doesn't sound right. It sounds like no consequences. So, yeah, just sending kids home for 3 days to sit on the couch and vape is probably not the most educationally productive thing. So at least if you have them as a captive audience in school, then at least some learning should be occurring. So, that's the compromise that kind of makes everybody happy enough, and definitely that range, because vaping is just taking over all of our schools everywhere, and it's not the old cigarette in the boys' room thing anymore. This is much more serious health-wise. It is popcorn worker lung and is everything. It's not knowing what is even in your vape, and that most kids are first getting introduced to this in the school. They're not getting introduced at home and bringing it in. There's some of those kids, but there's too many kids getting introduced to it for the first time in a middle school or a high school bathroom. And that's where the addiction starts, when they never would have been exposed to it, a lot of them, for the first time. I do want to clarify between education and counseling, because we keep talking about giving them counseling, but I think maybe I didn't speak correctly. There is a lot of vaping education out there. So there's online modules that just explains what vaping is, explains consequences. That's separate than counseling, like I admit I have an addiction problem, and now I'm getting help and resources for that. So obviously, we're providing counseling to, students for a wide range of things. That is always available and needs to be publicized, that once you're ready to stop vaping, we're here and we have everything you need, ranging from your local counselor to Rise Recovery.
Yes, ma'am.
To be able to do that. I think my bigger concern was, and kind of why I wanted it at the in-school, because it's the vaping education. If they're going to sit in in-school suspension, I would much rather have them on their Chromebooks required to complete a vaping education module before they head back to school. And if they choose they don't want to do it, then we have other punishments that we can escalate for you type thing. But, making them go through and learn about these physical health effects and the legal effects if they're caught giving it to their friends, and kind of, sometimes you got to scare kids a little bit about what the possible consequences are. So if they're going to sit in ISS, let's get them through that portion of it. So at least if it happens again, we have on record and a certificate that says you were warned about all of this. So I don't know if it's possible to modify the wording to add mandatory vaping education being completed while in school suspension. Because I don't know if we've I think that's all from the Texas Safety School. All that online education, I think, is already available.
There is some available.
At least one level of it.
I'd ask that we get less specific and descriptive
Okay.
on our consequences, because once we put those in there, then that's what has to happen. And some students may need education and counseling. Some may need counseling more than education right now.
Yeah.
I can tell you that there will be counseling associated with this, because that'll be the mandate.
And you're
based
right,
on
we
it.
probably don't need the level of specificity in the DOI plan.
Bingo.
Because once the DOI is approved, now student code of
Student code of
conduct
conduct, right.
and the handbook, that this
That's
can
it,
go into
exactly.
much bigger detail. And
Yes,
so
ma'am.
rewrite it so that student code of conduct matches what gets approved. And that can have a higher
Yes,
level of detail then, so that's kind of a playbook for the principals and the parents to know what to expect and the students to know what.
And
to
we've
expect.
already started working on that change
Okay,
as well.
okay,
Yes,
awesome,
ma'am.
thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Faulkner?
Ditto. I just, she stole my question. There is a difference between counseling and education. And as you know, subbing, my favorite place is alternative school, which is full of elementary kids who have been caught with vapes. And it is, there's no second chance. So the more we can beef this up, the better. And I agree, education should be a part of it. With counseling, it needs to be both. Because if you're sitting in school suspension, you should be, if I get a speeding ticket, I have to watch the videos and go to court and all that good stuff. So if we don't deter it, if all we're doing is putting them in a room where they don't have any expectation, then chances are it's not going to deter anything, so.
We agree. We agree.
Ms. Canoyer? Oh, sorry, Ms. Stanford. Forgive me. Thank you.
Did you add the option of DAEP back into this?
Yes, ma'am. I tried to explain in the example that depending on the level of infraction with a nicotine vape, even if it's your first time, it may result in DAEP placement if the infraction is egregious enough.
Define egregious?
I'd really not like to give examples, because I think all it does is
Give them ideas?
give students an idea, but I will put it out there. Let's say that you were to pull out the vape and start using it in the middle of classroom. Then a principal may come back and say, you're not going to get ISS, you're not going to get OSS, you're going to go to DAEP. You knew that wasn't supposed to happen. Now, if they were to do a random search and found a vape on an individual, they weren't using it, then that could be the 3 days ISS with the counseling or education while in ISS.
Okay.
But if you were to get caught selling vapes on campus and you had 12, first time you got caught with them, but you had 12, you're probably going to go to DAEP, even if they just have nicotine in them.
All right, so that decision is made based on the offense at the time?
And at the discretion of the campus administration. Yes, ma'am. It gives them a range of consequences to give, as opposed to dictating to them what they have to do in each particular case. I hope I'm communicating that the right way. Okay.
Ms. Canoyer.
Thank you. This is just a procedural question. Since we're changing this wording, does it have to go back to DOI again?
It's already gone back to the District of Innovation Committee. They've made a recommendation on wording. You have the ability to say, this is the wording I would prefer. And in this case, the wording is, they understood and they wanted it to be flexible.
Right.
They wanted the administrators
Okay.
to have the flexibility. And it prevents us from going back should we want another change in
Right.
language. This is general enough.
Okay.
And that's what was happening, Ms. Canoyer. The more descriptive we got to keep going back. This wording helped to open it up to where there was a range. Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? I'll go ahead and then make the motion.
Read it one more time.
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Please. And then we'll say, as stated, just now by Dr.
For e-cigarettes containing nicotine, first offense consequence will range from a minimum of 3 days in-school suspension to DAP placement. I did. So let's say it this way. For e-cigarettes containing nicotine, first offense consequence will range from a minimum of 3 days suspension 3 days in-school suspension to DAP placement with counseling.
All right. I moved that we accept.
Need me to read again?
No, it's fine. I move that we accept, as Dr. Field stated, in terms of the new verbiage for the amendment to the Judson ISD District Innovation Plan.
Second.
Second.
Proceed to vote. Okay. Motion carries 6-0. Let's go ahead and move forward then with the discussion and taking consideration of action items. A, discuss and take possible action regarding approving the request for additional funding to satisfy the ongoing rental cost for the sound and lighting system, dimming system and lighting controls at Judson High School Performing Arts Center. Dr. Fields?
Yes, sir. About a year ago, we came to the board and asked for approval to do monthly rentals for the Performing Arts Center while we prepared packages to get through repairing the lights and sounds over at the PAC. We've started that process. We anticipate the completion of the project to be June of 2024, but because we're nearing the end of the original agreement, we're asking for an additional 6 months on that rental, which would be about $42,000. We have the money in the account. We just wanted to come back and make sure that the board knew we were going to extend it until June of 2024 while they work on this project.
Any questions? All right. I'll go ahead and make the motion then. I move that we approve the request for additional funding to satisfy the ongoing rental cost for the sound and lighting system, dimming system, and lighting controls at Judson High School Performing Arts Center.
Second.
Please cast your vote. Did you mean no? Okay. Administration would like to pull item 6B from the agenda for further clarification. So we'll go ahead and pull that one for now. And so we're now at letter
Sorry,
C.
aren't we hiring for those positions right now? Why are we pulling that? Aren't we moving forward with this?
We were never hiring for the positions. We posted for the positions. We have not interviewed nor have a recommendation for hire. We're pulling them for now because we're truly trying to define what are the scope of the actual grant.
And you're going to come back with,
Yeah,
to us
we'll come
with
back
that.
in December.
December?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
Thank
I
you.
was all excited about this program. I wanted to get it rolling.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
I like truancy stuff.
Okay, letter C, discussion and possible action regarding approving the ranking for request for competitive sealed bid, competitive sealed proposal 23-09 Candlewood Elementary School renovation Phase 2. Dr. Fields?
Yes, sir. This is for Phase 2 of Candlewood. I know that all of you have received the packet. We have a recommendation based on the contractors who submitted, and we stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
What is the timeline to having this project completed? The Phase 2 for the renovations at Candlewood?
I know it'll commence 2024. The last time we did a project such as this, there were complications that we ran into during the project, so I'd hate to put a date out there right now. I can tell you that it involves sewer line replacements and a lot of infrastructure replacements in the school. So I'd hate, the last one went about a year and a half, if I believe. It was quite some time.
Well, at least it gives some parameter. I mean, we don't know if it's 5 years or 6
It
or
won't be that.
2 or.
Matter of fact, the plan is to start late January, and we'll be on our way.
Perfect. Ms. Stanford?
Can you give us an idea of what is in the life skills renovation plan? All I could find was the restroom, which does need to be redone because it's not usable by a child with a wheelchair, but is there anything else being done to the life skills room?
It's my understanding that they were just going to look at it for ADA compliance. In addition, they were looking at making sure that there was access to a washer and dryer in that area as well. So they wanted to do the plumbing and infrastructure for that. When the school was built, it wasn't built for that, but now we want to make sure that that's there. But I would say again, when you're looking at a facility that's been there for 60, 70 years, when you start tapping into, the plumbing lines, things can go awry.
So washer, dryer, do they usually have stoves? It seems like some of the life skills rooms.
Some of them do. If that's one of the things, they would ask for that in this one, and they'll plumb for a stove as well.
So in other words, they're planning to bring it up to speed with other life skills?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Are there any other questions on this item? Ms. Ryan?
Yeah, this one causes me some consternation over pricing. I'm a little surprised nobody else on the board brought that up. We argue over $5,000 in art supplies, but no one seems to be concerned that there's a $1 million difference between bids. I know Dr. Fields and I have talked about it briefly, but sewer line replacement is a very small portion of this bid, and paying an extra $1.1 million out of taxpayer funds. I'm not super in favor of that, and of course, we don't get the full packets to review, and we're not part of that process, so I am going to abstain on this vote. I just wanted to state that on the record before you all call for the motion.
Well, I had a question to Ms. Ryan on that as well, so it was an interesting observation. But if you just can give us a little bit of background on that for the sake of the community, there's a price differential between the vendor that was selected and the one that we ended up selecting. So if you could just share a little bit about that.
Love to. So when we look at a particular project, it's not always about the lowest bid. It's about the best value for the district. In this particular case, the budgeting, this was from the 2016 bond. And if those who were here back then know that we started budgeting for all of these projects during 2015 so we could prepare for what we asked for in 2016. Now that we're getting to the closure, and that was 2015, there was a lot of things that have happened in America since 2015, and a lot of them have driven up the price of construction and cost for a project such as this. So if we budgeted 2.5, let's say, million for this project back then, that project would be just cost of living, and concrete and steel would drive that price up from that 2.5 million. So that cost has now come in for what we're going to have to pay for it in the tune of, as Ms. Ryan said, an increase in 1.3 million to the project. This is not uncommon. when the architects actually sat down and put together what the scope of what it was going to take to get the work done at that campus, their recommendation came back at 3.9, which is more than what we have a vendor who's going to come in and be able to do that work for.
Ms. Faulkner?
Can you just brief us a little bit on the first two? Have the first two done any work, or are they currently doing work for the district?
For the specificity in the other vendors that are on here, I'd really not to mention any by name. So if we could go by least ranking or next to the one that's being submitted, I would appreciate it. But
Just the top,
Mr. Moore, Reuben,
the top 2 points would be okay.
so you're saying the least, or you're saying the one that we went
The
with?
one with 81 and the one with 79 points, with the price difference of 1 point. the biggest
Definitely.
price.
I would tell you the one with 79 is the one based out of Cal, correct?
Kyle,
Buda?
Texas.
Buda,
Or
Austin?
Kyle and Buda.
Right. And the one with 81 is straight out of San Antonio and has worked on like projects in the San Antonio area and in our district. Matter of fact, they worked on the project like this one within our district. So they know what to expect. The one
100%
that-
of their subs are also in San Antonio.
And their subs are in San Antonio, where the one that is based out of Austin had a lot of subs that are in Austin. And just with the concrete, if anybody's ever been rolling down the highway, you see the back of that barrel spinning on the concrete truck. That's a timer saying, we've got to get to where we're going to pour this foundation, or we're going to lose the whole load. For the people that are in San Antonio, they know how to run those routes, and they know who to pick up to get that done. But oftentimes, when you're out of town, those things become a lot more difficult. That's just one example, just one.
Ms. Ryan?
Just to clarify, because you just said the architect actually estimated this out at 3.9 million. That's actually very concerning, because that is not what we published. We published in the RFCSP that this was supposed to be about a $2.5 million plan, and contractors somewhat rely on that. If you start estimating it out well over that, you don't even bother to bid on the project type thing. So if the architect gave us 3.9, we probably should have been a little more accurate in our advertising, and probably not put that out as 2.5 in that 1,000-page document we put out for the RFCSP.
I'm gonna let Mr. Moore speak specifically to this, but what was asked for is how much we budgeted for. And in the bond, we budgeted 2.5 because in 2015, that's what we proposed that it was gonna cost. After we started with Woodlake Elementary, it became apparent that we were gonna probably run to these same things again. And the price for Woodlake Elementary went up a lot more than 1.3. It was almost 3 million. So then we started to move money into that account. But what was published, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, was the budgeted amount. Rarely do we get with an architect and say, it would be like designing a house and having someone design the house and say it's gonna take about 500,000 to build this house. And then you put it out and you say, the architects or the people who designed the house said it's gonna take 500,000. Well, the lowest bid you're gonna get is 500,000. But someone may be able to come back and say 450. Did I leave anything out? You let me know.
That's exactly right, sir.
So, that's what was put out, the budgeted amount, not necessarily.
We are required by board policy, both CV and legal, to publish an estimated amount for the, or estimated budget for the project. That is a legal requirement. We are not required to publish any other type of estimate or assessment. If I had my druthers, I would actually not report any number. Usually, when you're negotiating with somebody, you always want them to throw out their number first, as opposed to you throwing out a number.
No, I agree. I agree, you shouldn't put a number at all, but we did put a number, and by the time we published this, our budget, go back to our documents, we had already adjusted our budget on this, so it's just a little deceptive to put 2.5, because we knew at the day we published it that we weren't getting this for 2.5. So just in the future, if we can try and just be a little more forthcoming and transparent in what we legally have to do. If we don't have to put a number, we don't put any number. But if we're gonna put a number and we have to, let's just make sure it's accurate to what we know on that day. So if that number was 3.9 and our budget that we had adjusted in our Prop 1 or Prop 2 was much higher than 2.5, I know we moved the money like 4 months ago, if we can just be more accurate in the future.
We were very accurate. I apologize. We were very accurate. We budgeted 2.5. We took money and put into the account to make sure that if we ran into a, what do they call it?
Overrun?
Overrun, then we would have the money in there, but we budgeted 2.5. We just put more money in there to prepare. I
It
wouldn't.
says 5 million in there, so.
I know.
I read the budget document, so it
Because,
has said 5
because we
million
knew
for
what
over
happened
4
with
months.
Woodlake.
Yeah.
We probably run into that. But we put money in there thinking, but when we actually budgeted for this and calculated it, we came up with 2.5. But I don't want our practice to be, this is how much money we have available, how much do you want to charge us?
Ms. Stanford?
Yeah, could you go ahead and address the third potential vendor with a score of 75.4?
Yes, ma'am.
Because they're still, 400,000 roughly cheaper.
So in particular, that vendor, we, right off the bat, the scope of work included structural concrete. And, as far as the design team is concerned, that was probably the most challenging element of the entire scope of the project. Well, that particular vendor had plenty of renovation experience. Unfortunately, their contractor that they were going to use to do the structural concrete has no, well, I shouldn't say it. They did not present to the committee any past performance that relates at all to that structural concrete element of the project. I mean, period. If it was just a matter of renovation, they would have, they definitely would have scored higher. However, the trick of all of this is it's our foundation. It's open heart surgery, it's being performed, and it's also an occupied campus, right? So these contractors will be, even though they'll have, access control, they will be within 10 feet of our children on a regular basis. So we decided that we wanted rock-solid results, and we wanted a rock-solid vendor, and that's what we went with.
Well, I would just say, too, that obviously it looks like the criteria that was evaluated was looking for a certain quality and expertise in this area. I've been a big advocate in the past of trying to diversify our business partners, and I know that's still a principal driver for us. But I understand now why that differential is there based on the project. Were there any other questions? Because I'll go ahead and make the motion. I move that we approve the ranking for request for competitive sealed proposal 23-09, Candlewood Elementary School renovation Phase 2.
Second.
Okay, please proceed to vote. Motion carries with 5 yes and 1 abstention. Next item is discuss and take possible action regarding approval of a resolution to reallocate funds from the 2016 bond Prop 2 to the 2016 bond Proposition 1. Dr. Fields?
Yes, sir. This is a resolution to move from Prop 2 to Prop 1 for 2016. The Prop 2 bond was to complete Escondido and Wortham Oaks. Those have been completed and closed out. So there is unallocated interest and funds still available in Prop 2 where we can use them in Prop 1. of this particular bond, so we're asking for a resolution to move those.
Ms. Ryan?
Yes, I would just ask that when this gets moved over, that this stays in the contingency line, that this does not get placed against new projects. We've done some new projects in 2016 bond without finishing the old projects. Let's finish up everything we promised to the taxpayers back in 2016 when we passed this before we take on new projects. And if we do have overruns on budgets, if any of these things are wrong, you know, as we start going through all of those old projects, vestibules and other things, you know, then come back to the board and we've got the ability to then, but let's hold on to that, you know, real close. Let's not just spread it across a bunch of projects. Let's save it where it should be, which is in that contingency fund until all other projects are complete within the 2016 is what I would ask. Thank you.
In an effort to be fully transparent, you're going to see some more projects come on here later on, that we were going to use some of those funds for that project. There will be more than enough money left over that will go into the contingency account. But we do have money available in this particular proposition, because there was a lot of money that was saved in other areas. So we've already beefed up those budgeted areas in Proposition 2 to prepare for whatever we have left to get that done. But one of the things that we need to do is some major work over on FM 78 in terms of relocating the fence and stuff like that. We know that we have the money available in Prop 1, especially after we move the unallocated interest. And I just would not recommend that we take that from the fund balance. In addition, and we've checked with our bond lawyers on this to be able to do it, correct, Ms. Davis?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
The other thing that we're going to ask for is preparing the Rutledge Stadium field for soccer, since we're going to have to modify that soccer field over off of FM 78. So with that returfing, if we know we have the funds available in that Prop 1 after we move these funds over, and there'll still be more than half of this left, then we would recommend that we pull it from that amount as opposed to take it from the fund balance. But yes, ma'am, I hear you. We will get the stuff done that's still remaining in Prop 1 from 2016.
Okay, because yeah, stadium upgrades, we still have 664,000 in there, and that covers the turf and most of the soccer stuff. So unless we overrun, I think we already have enough that none of this 2 million that we move shouldn't be needed immediately. We're right at that.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, we overrun, we always have to come back and move stuff around, but it looks like, at least right now, we already have the money to do those two projects. And then we just keep that nice, pretty cushion and contingency, so we can just keep reallocating. And I do understand those two ones that are coming up.
Yes, ma'am.
The urgency of those.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to add that just for, I was here in 2016 when we passed this bond, and so I'm really specific about that. Prop 1 was for modernizing campuses. It was for roofing. It was for real specific aspects. So do we have the flexibility to allocate it to other projects that I assume would be part of what Prop 1 was initially?
I'll let Ms. Davis jump in if she needs to, but what I
Sure.
would say on that is that what we have to do is to make sure that the funding is there to complete the projects that we had in there. There was almost 180-something projects in that Prop 1 that we needed to finish, and we're nearing the completion of all of those. We do have the money left in there to complete all those projects, and we've been informed by the bond consultants that with that much money left over, with these other things that have to be paid for or that need to be paid for, we can use some of that funding for.
And I guess my question is, I appreciate that clarification. I would suspect that the money would be there for those budgeted items in the proposition.
Yes, sir.
But if we have additional roofing issues, if we have additional need to address campuses, that this money, as Ms. Ryan was mentioning, be allocated potentially towards those specific type of projects ahead of things. Now, I'm not going to say what's priority, because obviously the issue on FM 78 with the City of Commerce is a priority. We have to do that. Either comes out of bond or M&O at some point. But I just wanted to put that on your radar to make sure that we're looking at that.
I can tell you that we were very specific in the roofing requirements that were supposed to come out of 2016. And if I don't, I know you remember this as well. There was a hailstorm that came through.
Yeah.
And insurance took care of a lot of that roofing that we had just passed in that bond. So we were able to save money in that capacity as well. In addition, when we created the 2 elementaries, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ruben, we were able to save a substantial amount of funding with the creation of those 2 campuses to the tune of about $7 million each by not going in saying, this is how much we have to spend on the project, I might add.
No, perfect.
So we saved a lot of money in those to be able to ensure that we had money available now that we're nearing the end.
One other thing, in addition
Yes,
to
sir.
roofing, we, at one point, the boards of many decades ago, had actually tried to establish a roofing fund, because that sort of happens.
Yes, sir.
Would these funds be potentially seed money for a roofing fund?
I would say that once we near the end of the projects for a particular bond, we would do better transferring those to the 2022 bond
Okay.
as opposed to trying to start up something different from the intended purposes. And then once we finish all of the bond work that we have out there, then we can start talking about using all of it to do something else.
And this last question I
Yes, sir.
have is related to, just for putting it on record, we have thoroughly completed the campuses that were on Prop 2,
Yes, sir.
the elementary schools. I mean, obviously, just
The only thing that was in there was Escondido and Wortham Oaks, and they are closed and
Completely?
complete. Yes, sir.
okay, thank you.
Yes,
Ms.
sir.
Ryan? I've undone it, done it for you. All right, if there are no other questions, let me go ahead and make that motion. I move that we approve the resolution to reallocate funds from bond, 2016 bond Prop 2 to 2016 bond Prop 1.
Second.
Okay, please cast your vote. Okay, motion carries 6-0. Letter E, discussion and take possible action regarding approval of the job order contract to D.L. Bandy for general contractor service for the fence line relocation at Judson High School. Dr. Fields?
This is exactly what we were talking about earlier in terms of preparing for the work that's coming down FM 78. And I'd ask that we be able to move forward with this. This is called a job order contract. So we're able to do it this way. We have a person who, it's kind of like buy board for contracting. So we can use this vendor to clear the area and get ready for them to be able to widen the street on FM 78.
Any questions? Ms.
Yes,
Stanford?
ma'am.
So we just got a price from one company?
Because they've already been vetted through, when I said buy board, I apologize. Buy board is like a list of vendors who have already been vetted for competitive pricing.
Okay.
So you can select from them without having to go through the,
Okay.
yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, no other questions, I'll go ahead and move. I move that we approve the job order contract to D.L. Bandy for general contractor services for the fence line relocation at Judson High School.
Second.
Thank you. Please proceed to vote. Ms. Ryan? Motion carries. Letter F, discussion and take possible action regarding the approval of job order contract to Field Turf USA Incorporated for the provision of turf restoration services at Rutledge Stadium. Dr. Fields?
Yes, sir. This is the same thing that we had just talked about before, being able to improve that Rutledge field to kind of even out the crown that's over there, put new turfing down and new lettering, which will probably be multicolored even in the end zone when we finish.
Ms. Faulkner?
Just for the sake of the public, can you go over why this is needed?
Definitely. Well, when we built the Judson campus over there, when you come down FM 78, you see the softball field, the baseball field. When they went to increase FM 78, not unlike your houses, when you go down the sidewalk, they say that so many feet from the curb belongs to the city. Well, so many feet from the curb also belongs to the city when it comes to schools too. And we put up marquees, we put up fence lines, we put up batting cages, and they've been there for years. Now that they're getting ready to increase FM 78, Converse came in and said, you guys got all this stuff on our property and we're increasing this, we're widening the street. So we need you to move it. And that means we need you to move it, you relocate it, you reset up the fencing and all the other stuff. So just doing that is quite a bit of money. But then what we found when we started to move the stuff for the soccer field, if you guys are familiar with that field over there where they play soccer, it took off a little corner. Enough to where now I'm being advised by our executive director and director of athletics that it limits the field to where you can't really play a sanctioned soccer game because it's not big enough. So what we decided was, let's move this soccer party to Rutledge Field. But to do that, we need to repaint the field and returf the field and move it out to where it's big enough and sanctioned for soccer. So if we're going to do all of that at the same time, then now is the time to just do the renovation for everything. And we want to do it to the best of our capability, so we don't have to come back and do this again for at least another 10 years. Is that how long turf lasts, Treva? 10 years? Gotcha. The warranty's for 8 to 10. Gotcha. That's it, man.
Ms. Stanford?
And just to clarify, these funds are coming from 2016 bond funds.
It's coming, yes, ma'am. The unallocated interest that we're moving over to the tune of almost 2.1 million, we would use less than half of that to get this done. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Ryan?
I'm sorry, it's coming from unallocated interest, or it's coming from the 650,000 that's on the stadium upgrade line of Prop 1? Or do we still have more things we're doing on Prop 1 to the stadium than these two things?
It's coming from the money that we're just reallocating from Prop 2 to Prop 1 to the tune of about 2.1 million. So we are using about 650,000 for this job order contract and the job order contract that you just approved.
Okay, so then I guess I need to know the 664,000 that's remaining in Prop 1 for stadium upgrades. Do we have another project plan?
Yes.
More stadium stuff than this?
Well, what happens, Ms. Ryan, is if the money is already in the prop, then it's easier to move it from one account to another. But if we're moving money into there that's not allocated, now is the time to ask for permission to be able to use those funds. The other will go into contingency funds, but it'll be easy to move from one kind of budget code to the other. So we're using these funds that we're transferring now. We have about $2.1 million in unallocated interest. We're moving it into Prop 1. We have about $750 or a little bit less than $800,000 in expenses here. And we want to use out of that 2.1 that we're moving about 800,000 to get this work done, because it needs to be done now. And we've been advised by our bond lawyers that we can use these funds.
No, I know. I don't think you're understanding the question. There is $664,000 remaining in Prop 1 stadium upgrades.
Yes.
What are we using that money for if not this $500,000?
The stadium upgrades that was originally, and I have to go back and look, it was back in 2016. There were specific things that we said we were going to do with those funds that are in that particular account. I want to ensure that all of those things have been completed. But for now, for what we need to use this for, I would like to be able to use the unallocated interest.
That's more,
Ruben, are you confident that everything that's in those stadium upgrades has been completed? I can't remember what the list looked like.
I'm confident that we had already tackled everything, but I'll need to go back and look to see at that. I don't recall any additional projects.
know that-
big list of projects, and there was nothing else for the stadium on that list when you all briefed it like 3-4 months ago. So I thought this was, that money was
We can,
still just sitting in there, but there was nothing else that was waiting to be done in that project.
Let us clarify.
Whether, as long as we're able to
Let's
use
clarify.
funds to get this work done and we don't have to go into fund balance, we can go back and bring it back to the board. It may delay how long it'll be before we can get started. But, because I know that this was supposed to be quick.
Just, we're spending a lot of money on athletics, which don't get me wrong, I'm the mom of student athletes and go to football games and everything like that. But when we have security vestibules that aren't done, that we don't know how much they're gonna cost, and there's a lot of things we don't know how much they're gonna cost in 2016. So encumbering more than what's already in that line and taking another $700,000 toward it, like, I'm fine using the 664 for this, because I completely understand why this project needs to be done. But I'm not crazy about giving you another 650,000 on top of this 650,000, and now we're putting another 1.2 million into our stadium before
I'm
we get
not
the other project done.
understanding your
I'm not
numbers.
warm and fuzzy with that.
But I don't understand your numbers. We're
I'm
not
so sorry,
asking
if
for
I may
that.
clarify, either way, you're only approving this amount of 600,000 for this.
We're not asking for any more.
If there are no other stadium upgrades, that would go back into unallocated interest. It's still within the same pot. But we would not use more than the amount that you're approving tonight. So to say that we would use 1.2 million, that's not true. We're asking for this specific amount.
I couldn't have said that better, Ms. Davis, because that was my point. If we decide we were not going to use that amount that's allocated, we'll see that. It'll be reallocated to something else. But that is the line item for that budget for this time. Were there any other questions? Okay. Let me go ahead and make the motion. I move that we approve the job order contract to Field Turf USA Incorporated for the provision of turf restoration services at Rutledge Stadium. Okay, if you want to cast your vote, please. Okay. Motion carries. This is letter G for approving a ballot cast for Bear Appraisal District Board of Directors by casting our 204 votes by resolution. We typically do this annually. We identify someone. I can tell you, my preference has always been to find somebody who lives close to our neck of the woods, but is there a preference? I don't have one. We could equally divide all of our votes to all of them if we wanted to. We could give it to one person. There's no rhyme or reason in how we would do this. But, Ms. Ryan, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I called around all our fellow school board people, or at least the ones whose names and cards I could follow, fine, because obviously this is my first time going through this, so I went to go then look up some resumes when we're done, and I guess I was just impressed with the resume of Dr. Adriana Roca Garcia. She's a homegrown San Antonian, and lots of community service within San Antonio Ministries and other charitable organizations within the greater San Antonio area. So she seemed like she had the resume that seemed to speak to some of the things I find important, because a lot of our, kids are in that city of San Antonio area too, and she is representing, and that's who City of San Antonio wanted to recommend also.
And I will say, Ms. Ryan, for your perspective, typically as school boards, we try to identify other trustees that have the voice of school boards. But just so you know, Dr. Rocha and I are longtime friends. She is an absolutely wonderful individual, but I don't want to be biased on that. I'm good with anything. I think she'll forgive me. But so, are there any other input regarding this matter? So I guess, Ms. Ryan.
I move that we assign our 204 votes to Dr. Adriana Roca Garcia for the Bear County Appraisal District Board of Directors.
Second.
Great.
Please. Motion carries. Letter H, discussion and take possible action regarding the purchase of vape sensors and cabling services for the 3 comprehensive high schools. Dr. Fields.
Yes, sir. We introduced this to the board a while back. They asked us to go back and see if we could narrow the cost based on specific areas at the schools, the secondary campuses, where we could put the vape sensors, excuse me, and cabling. We went and asked our 4 comprehensive high schools after receiving, and stay with me on this, Lacey, if I leave anything out. After receiving feedback from our middle schools that they felt like they were okay the way that they were. The high schools came back with 16, 16, and 16 for each of their campuses. There's an extra 2 out there because I believe JLA may need a couple as well. And that changed the price to $144,000. So we are requesting approval to be able to move forward with the purchase of vape sensors and cabling services to put at our comprehensive high schools and JLA.
Well, thank you, Dr. Fields, for bringing this forward. Do we have the ability to adjust these sensors and move them, rotate them, if you will? Because obviously, there's a lot of space on 3 comprehensive high schools. So I'm just curious if we have that ability to change it.
So in terms of placement, it does have the ability to adjust the vape sensors for the location that they're placed at. It does require us to run data to the location that the vape sensors are placed in. So we have asked the principals to designate specific locations where they feel like are the hot spots or the locations that they really need to be monitoring the most. In the event they find out that they need additional areas covered, it would be my recommendation that we just install another sensor in that particular area if it's identified later, simply because once you remove it, then you need to add the additional data. So either way, to add it to another location would be an additional cost to the district in order to run the data to the location as well as to install the vape sensor. But they are adjustable within each bathroom to detect things from sound all the way to the amount of vape or non-vape that it would detect. So it has thresholds that it monitors.
Thank you, Dr. Gosh. Now, Dr. Fields, did the middle schools not want to participate in this?
I defer back to Dr. Gosh again. She and Mr. Fields were the ones who had the conversation with them, but
We presented all of the features and did a presentation on how the vape sensors worked and what they would provide to the principals and how they would assist them with monitoring them. We then asked all the principals at the principals meeting to discuss it amongst their different levels as to whether or not they felt that it would be helpful or useful to them. And they voted, the middle school principals all voted unanimously that they did not feel that it was necessary at their campus, and they asked that we not install them at their campus at this time. And the same was also for JECA, said the same thing, as well as JCare.
Thank you. Ms. Stanford?
I know we're going to have cages on them. That is correct.
Great
Yes, ma'am.
idea.
So that they cannot be dismantled. Yes, ma'am.
Right, so location-wise, are they high enough to,
They're typically mounted in the ceiling. Yes, ma'am.
so pretty indestructible?
They should
Right.
be. It's been our experience in testing them.
I
and
think
it's
that's an
been-
overreach.
Kids are creative, and it has been our experience in testing them that when they are not protected, that they do tend to randomly break.
Go away, yeah,
Yes, yes, ma'am.
okay, thank you.
Ms. Ryan? So, forgive me, Ms. Faulkner, Stephanie?
So my question is, it comes with 5 years of licensing. What's the warranty? Because I would hate for the warranty not to live as long as the licensing does.
Right, so it does match up with the life of the device, so it will match up on the warranty of that. But that would have to be, a system failure, it is not accidental damage, it is not somebody ripped it off the wall or, anything like that. It would have to be a manufacturer issue
Okay.
that happened with the sensor itself in order for that to be covered.
Is there, obviously you said there's software that goes with this, or no?
Right, that's what the licensing is. So the
Okay.
licensing is what allows us to monitor it. And so these vape sensors actually integrate with our camera system as well. It's made by the same company. And so typically, we have cameras outside of the restrooms. There are never cameras put inside the restrooms.
And so the way the sensors work is that when it goes off, it alerts and sends the last video footage from the camera that is nearest to it so that you can see who went in the bathroom and then who came out of the bathroom to kind of give you a time frame of when the sensor went off.
And just to make sure, and for public viewing, anytime there's an upgrade, that will be rolled into the amount we're paying for the 5 years of licensing?
That is correct. That's part of
Okay.
the licensing. So if they make any system upgrades, in fact, we have already seen multiple upgrades on the camera systems that we've installed. So as they upgrade the software, that comes with the licensing for the range of that 5 years.
Okay, and there's no additional, we don't have to upgrade anything else foreseeable for now?
Foreseeable for now, no,
Okay,
ma'am.
okay.
Yeah. The cages are included in this quote as well.
You know, with challenges in school districts like this with vaping, there's no one magic pill that's gonna solve any of our problems, but it's about incremental progress forward and just doing everything we can. Just a little bit at a time, seeing what works, doesn't work, change direction, you know, type thing. So I feel like this is a nice big test run, you know, to see how it works and see if we're able to help curb at least some of these problems. And if it's working great in the high schools, and then maybe we move it to some middle schools and see how it goes and really rely on those admin teams to see if this is making some return on investment in their schools and trying to at least cut down on some of these problems. Because I do like the sound feature on those too, because that's a safety thing. If there is a fight or something else occurring in a bathroom, the sound alert will send it also to admin, so it's not just vape. So, and there's been some fights and other incidents occur in bathrooms, so that will also help with safety. I know we've been doing real well with our technology budget for bond 2022. Since this involves loosely our alarms, internet, cabling, all the, you know, those types of things, is there any way to roll this cost into 2022 bond, since we think we're still doing okay on, I mean, it's such a minuscule part of what you have for 2022 bond for technology anyway.
We definitely do in terms of how the bond is going. The issue is that this is not something that was within the scope of the bond, and so in order to go in the direction of doing that, that would have to be something once all of the other bond projects were completed. And if there were funds that were made available at the end, then potentially we could either reimburse the district or pay for it at that point. But at this point,
And that's normally the way people do bonds, but 2016, we're just moving money all over the place and doing all sorts of projects. That's what I'm saying. If we're doing this in 2016, and all of a sudden we're returfing a stadium for $500-some thousand, and that was clearly not in the bond proposition, so we can't use 2022 money for something that is, someone could consider it being Wi-Fi and alarm related, which was in the bond.
I would reiterate that the key to this, in speaking with our bond lawyers, is that if you can project that you can complete with the funds that you have available, all the things that are still remaining in that bond, then you can go ahead and use the bond money for something else with board approval. So I would ask then, Dr. Gosh, the way that the question should be structured is, are you confident you'll be able to complete all the other technology functions that you have in your bond with the funds that you still have available?
so at the present time, what I do know is that our largest and most expensive portions of the bond, we have not entered into yet. And that is the cabling and the replacement of the equipment and a lot of the back-end components. We have done very well in some of the outward-facing pieces. However, I would be hesitant until we have all of the cabling and the infrastructure covered prior to really looking at trying to fund something like this outside of that. My hope is that we absolutely are able to save in all areas. We've been very fortunate thus far to be able to get excellent pricing from our vendors and our contractors to do so. And so my hope is that that continues, but I absolutely would want to make sure that we fulfilled everything that we provided to our taxpayers in terms of that, especially with some of the larger building projects yet to come.
If she was able to ensure that, yes, we've cut in some other areas, we've saved more than that amount of money, and we could do it, then we could make the same proposal with 2022.
Okay,
Yes,
Would have been nice to do, but I have no issue taking out of general fund for the safety of our children, and curbing behavior issues and preventing the health issues on vaping. So if it can't come out of there, then I'm perfectly fine with it, coming out of general fund.
Ms. Faulkner?
Do you know of, are we one of the first school districts, or are there other school districts in the area currently utilizing this technology?
There are other school districts in the area that have used them. Many of them that we have talked to have taken them out since they have put them in. But there's not a lot of them out there. I know our neighbors at Northeast and Northside, I'm not even sure they have them in the system at all.
can
And so some of the
attest
larger
to the
systems
fact that they
don't.
don't.
It's been my experience that it's been smaller pockets that have installed these. And there are some districts in Dallas and the Houston area that have used them extensively. So they have a good reputation in terms of the rate of what they do. Typically, I think in the people that we've talked to, if they were taken out, it was more of just an administrative decision to remove them versus the equipment just not working.
Okay. I was just hoping we could phone a friend if we ran into something and just take a drive, but that's okay.
We have been very pleased with the service that has been provided by the company. Anything that we have requested or asked for in terms of enhancements or support, they have been immediate to respond to our needs on that. So I'm not concerned from that standpoint in terms of getting what we need to make these function.
Ms. Ryan?
Oh, yes, and the genesis of this was at the Tassi conference we went, and so statewide, an increasing number of schools were starting to put these in, but as we're seeing, they're not cheap. So if you're dealing with the north side, that is clearly 4 to 5 times as many high school bathrooms as we have, like there's no chance. Oh, did I turn it back off? Oh, a north side that has 4 to 5 times as many bathrooms, that's a whole lot of money and stuff for them. So, but some of the districts that had used them were at the conference, and yeah, if you can get them to not, if they have the cages, that was the first thing we talked about when we walked out. I'm like, this thing's got to have a cage around it, because otherwise kids, they can't even walk through their doorway of a 5th grade hallway at Mrs. McKinney's classroom without slapping the top of the door frame. So we definitely didn't want them slapped down and immediately destroyed. So hopefully these cages will keep them all in one piece and keep our money well spent. But if not, we've got the cameras are going to click on immediately. So if one gets destroyed, the alarms go into the phone of Mr. Mendoza, and then the camera has kicked on. So whichever 4 kids walked out of that bathroom with
camera
that
in the
physical
back.
piece of equipment got
I just want to, okay, gotcha. I just
The cameras
want to
are,
make sure no one out there thinks we got
there are
cameras in
no
the
cameras in
bathroom.
restrooms. They're outside in the hallways.
Sorry.
Okay, gotcha,
Hallway
yeah.
cameras
They're in the
will
hallways.
capture
Yes,
who
ma'am.
was in the hallway at the time. So at least they can limit the subjects that were in the vicinity when it got destroyed. There are no cameras in the bathrooms. Apologize.
Thank you.
Ms. Stanford?
I'm just wondering if you know why the schools removed them? You said a lot of the schools took them out?
Some of the ones that I've spoken with have taken them out just due to the administration keeping up with the demand of the number of times that they were having to report and to address the issues
I can-
related
So
to
it
it.
had them running to the bathroom a lot?
Yes, and so some of them just decided that it was not working out well for them, that they needed to dedicate almost an entire person to watch the process in order to curb it, and so they opted to not renew the licensing. There have been other districts that I have spoken with that it was not necessarily that they did not like them, but they chose not to continue with the licensing as part of a budgetary consideration. So, which is one of the reasons that we look at buying over time. That way we have the amount of time necessary in order to look, and we try to do multi-year contracts on many of our licensing.
Well, the good news is we have the hall monitors. They may not have hall monitors in their schools. The best part of the high schools versus the middle schools is we have personnel on site that are hall monitors that will be able to respond to these alarms versus an assistant principal or something having to go run every 2 seconds. At least we have some personnel to do it.
I would also say that in speaking with other superintendents, they stated that what triggers these alarms as well isn't always a vape. It can be other things. And as we said, kids are creative. And once they figure out that that triggers it, then, and they know someone's going to come, they can do that as well. So it became so bothersome going back and forth that they opted to take them out.
I'll go ahead and make the motion. I move that we approve the purchase of vape sensors and cabling services for the 3 comprehensive high schools.
Second.
Motion is second. Please vote. Okay. Motion carries. Letter I, discussion and take possible action regarding the continuation of year-round program at Commerce Elementary School. Dr. Fields.
Yes, sir. This is our innovation department coming back, asking for a recommendation moving forward, or asking for a decision moving forward when it comes to Converse year-round program. We had an opportunity to speak with the principal over there, and she's also had an opportunity to look at the data, because one of the reasons for the year-round was to increase enrollment, increase student performance, and we're not seeing the return on intent, not necessarily investment, but on intent of what we thought that would bring around. So Ms. Davis has a recommendation based on Converse. Ms. Davis.
Yes, this is the 3rd year of implementation for year-round. If you recall, when we knew that we were about to receive ESSER funds 3 years ago, we had the principal of that campus at that time come and present to the board an innovative idea, and this was prior to the Innovation Office being established. We thought that year-round, and the board voted to implement a year-round. Shortly thereafter, we established the Office of Innovation, and the board agreed that for all innovative campuses, there was 3 goals. We innovate in this school district in order to offer diverse programming for our students, and also our intent is to increase enrollment, especially in schools that have lower enrollment. And of course, we want to see the return on intent and investment with increased academic student performance. We are using ESSER funds currently to supplant some of those salaries to the tune of close to $1 million. And in addition, some of the costs that we would need to consider would be the cost of the additional school days. And that would be close to about $200,000 cost only on salaries, not yet thinking about the cost of overages and nutrition and all of the additional costs that go with running a campus for a longer period of time. We spoke with the principal and our board innovation committee as well. We've been sharing and analyzing and looking at this data. We've encountered a lot of challenges with the year-round programming. Specifically, I think it's very obvious that because we start school a lot earlier than the rest of the campuses, sometimes we need to consider that the type of professional development for new teachers as well as regular teachers is different. As much as we try to provide the same type of professional development, if we're bringing in a big program and we're bringing in outside contractors, we don't normally do it twice. So the professional development is not equitable. From the standpoint of rollover, sometimes we aren't prepared with the specific beginning of year assessments. So they might start school a month earlier, but we don't have the assessments ready for the students to assess so that we can have specific targeted instructions to address this, instruction to address the student. In addition, our teachers work year-round. They've been working year-round for 3 years. Whereas other elementary campuses are able to establish hubs for summer school, these principals and teachers are working year-round, and they also have to do their own summer school. In addition, we asked the principal to, Ms. Huerta, to please survey the staff and survey the families. And overwhelmingly, you can see that we have about 300+ families, but we only received 54 responses, and 48% of them were the only ones that voted to continue year-round. So that's a very small percentage of the entire families that attend Converse. In addition, through some of the anecdotal data, we've had families move out and transfer into other campuses. We've had families share with Ms. Huerta that it is difficult to find coverage for childcare when we have some of the older students in high school or middle school going to a different campus. For all those reasons that I mentioned, and probably a lot more, but for sake of time, our recommendation is to sunset this program moving forward.
Ms. Stanford?
I'm curious, how much weight do we put on surveys? Because it looks like the data is pretty clear that the program is maybe costing too much for the results. So is it worth taking much effort on the surveys? I mean, what I'm reading here, it said almost half voted.
54 responses.
Let's see, 54 from parents. 81% of teachers that completed the survey. So from teachers, almost half voted to discontinue.
Correct. And those that voted to continue agreed to continue if there were all of these changes, if all of the challenges could be addressed. And so we have not been able to address those challenges in the 3 years. Not for lack of trying, but it would take a lot more money. And remember that we are funding this currently with ESSER funds, so those funds are running out. If we choose to continue this, then we would have to consider, we are going to consider, we're going to need to supplant those $1 million in salaries plus the additional costs. So you're right, surveys is not the only metric that we use to bring this decision to you. We're also looking at the data, but we just didn't want to use data alone. There's always a story behind everything, and we wanted to be able to share that. So for that reason, we shared with you surveys for families, surveys for staff, the data that you see in academic performance, the data that you see in enrollment, and the anecdotal data that has been shared with the principal. In addition to that, the conversations that we've heard from the teachers overwhelmingly, we're beginning the school year, our PD is different, it's not equitable to the rest of the professional development. They always have to gather separately because their timeline is different. And so they don't have the resources or materials to begin. So for all of those reasons, not just survey alone, but we wanted to show you that data as well. That's why we're making that recommendation to sunset.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Rodriguez?
I was just gonna add, like, as a committee, in looking at this data, both the survey data and the student outcomes data, and as well as some of the stories that the principal shared, we were very much in agreement with the administration's recommendation here as a committee. And so, yeah, wanted to share that perspective as well.
I had a few comments and maybe a question there, but the converse of it, elementary is in my district, so I take it very personal. I was very excited about the program when it kicked off. It was innovative and I thought might be able to move the needle. So I guess my question is this: with everything that we learn, I know that we're very evaluate. I guess I would like to look at us doing something like this when the opportunity comes. And so have we had a lot of learned lessons from the application of this effort that we are going to institutionally keep in mind if we decide to revisit this? Is there a thorough analysis of this?
Oh, yes, sir, absolutely. Now that we are part of the SGS program, they help us with our data points and with lessons learned and with implementation of innovative programs such as this. ATSI is what it's called. But to be fair, every time that we do consider a program, we want to be able to give it at least 3 full years of implementation. We are in the 3rd year of implementation, and we're coming to you right now based on the overwhelming pieces of data that we have, and in giving parents the opportunity. We want to give them the opportunity to make a decision early on what it is that they're going to do with their children if in fact they were seeking this program. Our data tells us that not many parents were seeking this program. But yes, we have learned a lot of lessons, but this also opens up the opportunity for additional innovative programs. And that is one of the discussions that we did have with Ms. Huerta. So it's an opportunity to continue. That is the goal of the Innovation Office. We don't necessarily want to set programs we begin. We want to give them the full time We also want to take advantage of grants that are out there. We did this completely self-funded. Once the Innovation Office was launched, that's the whole point of those types of grants, is we want to use those grants for proof of concept. And if we see results, then the district then decides, okay, how do we supplement moving forward? Does that answer your question, sir?
That is fair, and I appreciate the response. Are there any other questions? Yes, Mr. Ryan, please make the motion.
I move to discontinue the year-round academic calendar at Converse Elementary and return them to the standard Judson calendar beginning the 24-25 school year.
Motion has been made and seconded. Please cast your vote. Okay. Motion passes 6-0. Letter J, discussion and take possible action regarding the approval of the continuation of the 5x5 program at our high schools. Dr.
Yes, sir.
Fields.
Not unlike the Converse year-round, we have been very proactive in looking for what are we going to do as we move forward. 5x5 came up. I have the Student Superintendent Advisory Committee, and overwhelmingly, some of the students who are looking for more honors classes, AP classes, started to identify themselves as 5x5 being a difficulty for them to get all that stuff done. And I also noticed that for students who may be struggling, it became easier for them to do so with so many options to be able to get to 26 credits prior to graduation. So Dr. Toppin went and did a few community briefs to see what the feedback was from the community, and we have a recommendation going forward on the 5x5 as well. So Dr. Toppin.
Yes, sir. We spent some time at all three of the high schools to present to parents and students as well as teachers. We also set out to collect data through surveys and surveyed several people, not just our parents and our students, but also our teachers, our administration, our paraprofessionals, and anyone else that had an opinion about the 5x5 schedule. I will tell you that there was a lot of time spent before we even launched this. We started the conversation in 2016. At the time, I was the principal at Wagner High School, and I was one of the ones that was carrying the banner that I wanted to do this innovative program because I really felt really strongly that it would be for the betterment of our students in the long run. And so we did make several trips to different districts. There weren't that many in the state of Texas that wanted to run that type of program because it's not really a popular program to run. And to be honest with you, a lot of people say that it does cost the district money in order to do so. But we found a model that we liked in Laredo, in United Laredo, and went there several times to meet at all different levels from the central office down to the campus level, and took several different groups of people with us to see how they implemented the program and whatnot. So we decided that we were going to launch in 2019, and that's when we started the program. And then in the spring of 2020, everything fell apart because of COVID. And so after we came out of COVID, we noticed immediately that the success that we had had with our data, our student achievement, was not where it wanted to be. We saw drops, 30-point drops in our data. So when I'm talking to students, even on this week with our superintendent advisory group, about the fact that the year after COVID in 2020, 2021, you really had to hold that year out as an outlier when you're looking at the data. But we have not been able to recover as far as student achievement is concerned. We're to what I call the pre-COVID days. So if you look at the data, I did include that in the packet that I supplied to the board. When you look at the data, we've been on a little bit of a downward trend, and we are trying to recoup. But when you compare it to where we are right now with the state as well as where we are with the region, we have some work to still do. And in talking with students and talking with parents, the parents that did show up at the parents' meetings were very passionate and not in favor of continuing with the 5x5. There were some very strong cases being made about how it has impacted their students and parents of students with disabilities, as well as parents with students that are at performing, that are considered our advanced students, that are in the advanced classes, how it prevented their students from pursuing the classes that they wanted to take during that time. And as a parent, I've looked at it as a principal as well as a parent. I've had 2 kids that have gone through the 5x5, and I can tell you that my daughter worked really hard to get to where she was as far as that schedule was concerned, but it was really difficult for her to get her advanced classes in the time period that she had. My son, on the other hand, who is autistic and in special ed, had a very hard time in the 5x5 schedule because of the length of the classes. And so, in looking at the data from our parents and looking at the data from our students, also talking to our teachers who are almost 100% in favor of not continuing with the 5x5. We do have some other factions in our teacher organization, well, our teachers that feel really strongly. I know that the CTE, athletics, and some of the other ones feel really strongly about keeping it. They like the 90 minutes, they like the 75 minutes. But in looking at overall the return on our involvement in this schedule and what goals that we set from the very beginning, and talking about we wanted to increase the number of students we had in our advanced academic classes. We wanted to increase student performance. We wanted to give the students opportunities to earn a plethora of credits. They only need 28 credits they only need 26 credits to graduate from high school, and we were giving them the opportunity. I think one of our valedictorians this year is sitting at around like 36 or 37 credits when he's going to graduate this year. But they don't need those credits according to the state of Texas. We also increased the number of electives that we were offering at the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade level. And kids are taking, one kid says, I stay in band all day long. And I'm like, well, that's nice for you. But at the end of the day, when you compare that to where we are as far as our advanced academics and the number of students and the diversity of those students that are taking those type of classes, that we do have some work to do. We only offer Spanish as one of our foreign language. And so there's some opportunities to grow in that with other different types of languages that we can offer in. And so at the end of the day, after talking to lots and lots of people and lots of teachers and students and everything, I think that after 3 years, we're at the point where we have to sit back and reflect and look at what we started this journey with, and have we been able to reach the goals that we set back in 2019 when we started this journey. And I think that is at this time, and looking at everything and listening to not only our students, but also our parents and also our teachers, I think we're at the point now that we need to sunset the 5x5.
Thank you. Ms. Ryan?
Yes, I'm on child 3 and 4 on the 5x5 schedule too. So Dr. Toppin and I have lived this with different types of children, and there is no one model that will serve 100% of the students in Judson the best. So you have to weigh the pros and cons, and I want to thank the dozen plus parents that reached out to me via email also, because we know that this will be a transition for some families, because on one end, in a parent's perspective, and I joke about one of my kids, which is I only have to suffer through math for 1 semester with my one daughter who doesn't like math. And for parents, they were getting all their homework done in class, and they didn't have to, do a class for a whole year. But I also applaud those teachers who spoke up, because teachers are not necessarily going to benefit from this, because your 90-minute planning period now becomes 45. But they have such a passion for teaching, and they were so concerned about their students, because they're like, I'm only seeing them 5,000 minutes, and I can't teach you math in 5,000 minutes. I can't teach you English in 5,000 minutes. On a more traditional schedule, you're looking at more like 8,000 or 9,000 minutes that you get in a course. So while it's great to get, 16,000 minutes in football, that's great for the football team, but, my kids like being in soccer for 90 minutes at the end of the day too. But in the end, it does come down to a math, science, social studies, English, along with career things. And to give our students more core educational time, more opportunities at advanced courses, I think we're gonna see the results. And just because we change away from something we tried, doesn't mean we failed at it. And I applaud Judson for trying something new, because we do want to be on the forefront. We do want to be innovative, but part of innovation is reflecting and seeing when things aren't working, say, all right, glad we tried that, time to head off another direction. So I think a lot of education to the parents about how this is now going to benefit and how many more minutes of math and all that stuff, how we sell this and let parents know how this is going to be awesome and what they should expect to see homework-wise and all of that stuff to manage expectations for next fall. But I think switching off of the 5x5 to a traditional is going to yield a lot of benefits academically for our students.
Ms. Stanford?
I went to one of the 5x5 presentations over at Judson High School, and I know you had at least one teacher that was a big fan. He went to all 3 presentations, right? Go and keep it, keep it. But I was curious, I love the time we take to garner information from the community and the parents to find out what's your experience, what's your opinion. I was just curious if we could share the data at those meetings that we're looking at, so they can see not only what are the schedule differences, what are those, but what's the data that we've been collecting all this time and that we are already seeing, because we're already leaning toward a decision that says it's really not working to our satisfaction. So I would just recommend, that's the only thing I would suggest we could improve those presentations to the public by, is saying, and here's what we're finding, so that they see where we're coming from and they don't think it's just an outright vote, on their behalf. So that's it. I really appreciate the time that you took to do that.
Ms. Faulkner?
My question is, in the information we have, we're proposing a 7-period day. And so could you go into more detail? I know y'all said that you were looking at a model on the radar, because other districts here in this area are doing an 8-period day. So can you maybe share why your recommendation is 7 as opposed to 8?
I actually have 3 different bell schedules, ma'am.
Okay.
One of them is the 7-period day, because I'm a strong believer in maximizing time in class, instructional minutes. And in a 7-period day, it would give 54 minutes to the class, which is almost an hour, which will still allow for the transitioning into the classroom, the warm-up, and the direct teach, the guided practice, and the independent practice before the kids leave the class and go home. It will give them an opportunity to start tackling whatever the homework is while the teacher is with them in the classroom. When you're looking at an 8-period day, which we have 2 different schedules for an 8-period day, we're looking at 45-minute classes. And the teacher in me cringes. I've never taught in a 45 minutes, so I don't know what that feels like.
It just depends on the kids you have.
Absolutely.
Because that makes me cringe.
Absolutely.
I want 25 minutes.
Absolutely. And so I've taught in a block, and I've also taught in a 54-minute, 55-minute class period. I've also taught in a 70-minute class period. So the 45-minute, I started mapping it out because we provided to all of our teachers a lesson structure that is like minute by minute what should be happening in your classroom. And when I sit down with that lesson structure, I am really struggling on actually how much time I'm going to have to do a direct teach, to guide the students in practice, and how much time they're actually going to be able to get into independent practice before that bell rings. And it's tight. And so for me, we made the 8-period day, we made the 7-period day, we tried to do a modified that we abandoned because it just wasn't going to work with what we were trying to do. And so I understand, and that's really the driving point. How are we maximizing the minutes so we have bell-to-bell instruction, but with enough time to really get through what we call the Madeline Hunter cycle of teaching?
Exactly. So I'm just bringing this up because I know you and I talked that we're one of the only districts that didn't come out of COVID and go, into that progression, because I know several districts went from the 5x5 to the 7, and now they've moved to the 8. So we're just a little bit behind. So in making this decision, I just want to make sure that if it doesn't work for this next year, we can reevaluate and go, nope, that didn't work, let's try the 8. As long as this is not set in stone and it's a work in progress.
Yes, ma'am, and I'm also listening to our principals that are gonna have to deal with 8 transitions. So, that's, keep that in mind also. Thank you.
Ms. Ryan?
Yes, because I'm not sure because there's all sorts of 7 and 8 in here, so I guess I wasn't sure what we were voting on. I know Dr. Fields and I discussed about it still being maybe a little bit up in the air whether 7 or 8 is better, because this was also something discussed at TASB. And a lot of the benefits of an 8, we already do an 8 at all the middle schools, so 5 middle school principals have figured out how to do that transition, and we already know what that bell schedule looks like. But then there is also, no matter what, they're still gonna get more minutes than they were in the 5x5 in math, English, social studies, and science, so that's good. And it adds a level, one more elective to the kids who are double blocked for CT. So if someone's taking cosmetology, that's gonna take 2 of their blocks up. And then if you add the 5 core courses and they're in a sport, boom, they're full. They're done. There's no theater, there's no foreign language, there's nothing in a 7 schedule for some of our CTE students to take that 1 extra elective, or even a second CTE track that isn't a double blocked, which we do have kids taking on the current 5x5 schedule. So if they want to take digital media and cosmetology, type thing. So, and then, the more CTE classes our kids are in, the more funding that we get, the more higher our CCMR numbers are, type thing. So yeah, and maybe the motion is just to have the superintendent discontinue 5x5 and move to a traditional schedule, and then we kind of leave that open for y'all to finish researching to see if there is a way to make an 8 work, or if you're going to have to do a 7. I don't know.
I would ask that we sunset the 5x5, and then you give us the discretion to move forward. I don't want to have to then pick and then come back, and then can we get approval for that? And then if we speak with the principals or we do an analysis, because we're going to be kind of building the plane as we taxi down the runway. We got to put our master schedules together and get ready for next year. If we find that 8 is the best way to go, we can go that way. But if 7 is what's being requested from campus administration, I'd ask that we be able to do that.
Ms. Canoyer?
Thank you. Dr. Toppin knows that I was very skeptical about this when it started. I'm like, you got to show me how this is going to work, how this really is going to be cost effective, because we needed more teachers because we had fewer places to put the kid. Anyway, that's all water under the bridge. I think it's a very fine line to walk between offering opportunities for students and making sure that we have the time in class to help recover after COVID, and making sure that those minutes are there. I speak with an ELA perspective, and 42 minutes in ELA makes me cringe. That's just not enough time for the reading and the writing that has to happen. So my preference, and you'll back it up with data and talks with everybody else, but my preference would be starting with a 7-period day until we are at more of a point where we can show the scores that we need to have. But that's not our motion tonight, and so I will support discontinuing the 5x5.
Ms. Ryan?
Well, and I think I've talked to them a lot too about looking at what the alternatives might be on an 8 with our struggling students with double blocking math, double blocking English, having those extra remedial time because maybe an AP English kid does only need 42 minutes. They don't need to sit in class for an extra long time. So 8 may allow more, because on 5x5, we were able to offer some of these remedial and more time type things. So yeah, I don't want us to lose all of the options for our kids that may need even more minutes in core subjects too to be successful, so that we don't lose our test scores too much, so.
I just wanted to add that this 5x5 has been something I've been getting feedback from teachers and through the years. And there's been some apprehension with it, in part from what I was able to ascertain that they just didn't have enough to do in an hour and a half, that there was actually too much time spent in some of the classes. So I think that's probably because we hire new teachers who are learning how to give instruction in an hour and a half time period, roughly. So I'm supportive of this recommendation. I think going back to more manageable time would be helpful, but as it's been pointed out, we need to make sure the data is there. We need to make sure that when we make this transition, that the goal is to improve academic outcomes. So I'm quite agreeable with my colleagues. If it needs to be 8 or 7 or whatever it needs to be, we'll sunset it today, but let's keep moving forward. Are there any other comments before we go forward? So I move that we approve the I move that we discontinue the 5x5 program at the high schools.
Second.
Okay, please cast your vote. Okay, motion passes.
Thank you.
Our next item was submitted by Ms. Canoyer, and so I'd like her to read and proceed with this.
So this item is to discuss and take possible action to increase pay for special education paraprofessionals. As I've been watching our personnel reports come across, I'm seeing more and more resignations of special ed paraprofessionals, and my concern is always retention of them because it's imperative that we provide the services, not just legally but morally for our special ed students. There was a time before. The history is that when we increased our starting pay, it changed the differential that we used to have for special ed aides and other types of classroom aides. There was a higher pay for our special ed aides. And I'm just wondering, and would like to discuss with my colleagues, whether increasing just the special ed para aides to a higher level would increase retention and acquisition of more special ed aides. So I'd like feedback from my colleagues and also from staff.
Go ahead, Dr. Fields.
Yes. I looked into it, Ms. Canoyer. We have about 243 special ed aides in the district, and Dr. Taganaw and Ms. Davis, feel free to chime in. There's 26 vacancies across the district. We can do better, but that's not a huge amount. I know that we have some recommendations on how we could move forward. I know that we're doing a pay study right now. We're getting ready to start, and also a staffing study. I would ask that if we could wait and do it under the umbrella of that with 26 vacancies, I think it would be better that way. We could do everything at once. But if we wanted to take this group of individuals out, then I know that, again, Dr. Taganaw and Ms. Davis looked at how we could go about doing it. What we would probably recommend would equate to, and correct me if I'm wrong, you guys, on the positions that we have available, about $1.3 million at this time. So I'd ask that we wait until we can finish the pay study and staffing study. Dr. Taganaw, Ms. Davis, did you have anything to add to that?
You have two options. If you increase one pay grade, the difference would be about $800,000. And option, 2 pay grades would be about 1.3 million. But we do have the staffing and compensation study about to move forward. We're literally processing the POs right now so that you all can begin with that and perhaps take it all at once.
Ms. Faulkner?
I agree. We should probably look at the studies, but when I saw this agenda item, my first thought was the campus visits we did. And I don't think any person wakes up in the morning and says, gosh, I can't wait to go to work and get kicked and hit and spit on. It's just, and I just think that someone who does that, I call it, because I did it for so long, diffusing the bomb all day long. It's really not only physical, but it's mental. So my first thought was maybe just increasing the unit, the ones in specialized units. But then as we did more campus visits, we found out due to the shortages, the non-unit sped paras are filling in for those places where there's vacancies. And so, I don't know, my feeling is, do we have a timeline for the study?
Yes, ma'am, March of 2024 for the compensation study,
Completion,
the completion of the compensation study.
going into the budget cycle.
I'm just worried that that's going to be too little too late with the numbers. I mean, because if you look at what we were just presented tonight, over half of every one of these categories is sped vacancies. I don't know what the answer is, but I'm just worried that March may be too little too late. I don't know. We may need to dangle a carrot before then of some sort. I don't know what the answer is. That's just my input. I'm not going to give the solution. I'm done.
Ms. Ryan?
We've been talking about this, for a number of months now, and I'm seeing a lot of long-term solutions, but what I'm not seeing is anything presented to stop the hemorrhaging today, because we are having 7 to 8 paras quit, special ed paras quit a month. We are having an average of 3 teachers walk away from their contracts a month in special education. And those case ratios are growing and growing and growing. And as you walk around and talk to them, it's 20, the next week it's 25, and then somebody quits, and then you're managing 30 caseloads. And then when you're in a unit that has 1 teacher and 2 paras, or 3 paras, and it's a behavior unit, or it's an ECSE, and a meltdown occurs, 1 adult makes a difference in that room. And when that adult is not there, there's a whole classroom of kids. So when you are short over 60 sped professionals, according to this, at however many minutes they provide to students every week, we're talking thousands and thousands of minutes that are not being met. And even then, we gotta wait for Stetson to come in, because that's just the vacancies we know about. You start to talk to people in units, we don't even think the vacancies are right. There probably should be a few more adults in a couple of these schools that 1 teacher and 2 paras for 13, 14, 17 kids, not enough. Not with the range of needs of some of these students. And unfortunately, that's gonna take the Stetson to do the whole caseload, workload, to figure out. But right now, I'm just worried about the 60 personnel we are missing right now that are not servicing students. And that's not gonna be fixed by talking to UTSA about someone who's gonna graduate in 4 years. That has to happen today. And I guess Mr. Macias, because I had a whole agenda item on this too, and I guess mine and Ms. Canoyer's are combined, because the questions that were on mine are we getting our emergency permits done? Have we gone, have we found every teacher with a SPED already certificate in our district and begged them to come over, not ordered them, begged them, and then promised them something 2 years from now, like, we'll get you out of here, can you come help our kids, and go? Have we gotten the emergency permits for people who are willing to come over, and how have we incentivized that emergency permit? Because any certified teacher in our district right now can come over on a 1-year emergency certificate. Have we offered to pay the TRS of all of our retired teachers that were SPED, or retired teacher and emergency permit, and let's pay their TRS and let's bring them all back, in order to fill those slots. And then I see other districts doing relocation bonuses in the $5,000 range. I'm seeing our sign-on bonus is $500. Nobody's coming to Judson for a $500 sign-on bonus. That's nothing. So what are we doing to fix the hemorrhaging right now to get these 60 slots filled to service these kids, and then the Stetson caseload and the pay study will help us in that mid-range, and then the recruiting, big picture, pipeline stuff will help us long range. But what are we gonna do to fill these slots today?
Dr. Fields?
Yes, sir. So in terms of emergency permits, emergent bilingual and special ed are not one of those areas where you can take a person with a certification and just make them emergency special ed. No, you can't. And then,
There are
also,
other requirements.
there
that they
are
have to
other
meet. You
requirements,
just
and the
can't
requirements
take
that you
one
have to
and
go
put it
by almost justify a certification in that area. The hours that you need in that area are almost enough to where you can go in and just take the test and become certified. So it's not like you can just take, like in DOI, where you take a degreed individual and get that done. There are much more harsher and specific requirements for special
Because
education.
I researched all this before I even wrote it up.
I am not trying to challenge you on
You
your
gotta have 6
academia.
hours or a year creditable teaching experience. That's it, 6 online hours. Just so you know, I did look it up.
I
That's
would
all it takes
defer
for
to
a
Dr.
special ed.
Tagnall.
Yes,
Did
you're
you
right.
look
There
into
are
it?
Six
other,
hours,
yes,
right?
there
6
are other
hours of training.
criteria for
Okay.
degreed certified individuals.
Okay.
We are looking into
not atrocious.
requesting emergency permits for individuals and trying to target some of those people, yes. Retirees, we are also working on trying to target our specific retirees and contacting them individually or personally as an HR department, as well as putting on the job descriptions for our hard-to-fill positions such as special education, bilingual vacancies for teachers.
And we've looked at the people in-house as well. I was gonna go through the list. I'm just talking about emergency search for speds is not as common as one would think. And it's definitely not the emergency search that you would see in regular classrooms
It
throughout
is-
the district.
Yes, you are correct. You do have to have certain criteria. We are applying for some of those as we have identified them. The campus principals typically will reach out and say, I've got this person, they meet this. And so we will do that and we will pay for that emergency certification permit. Yes,
But
and
I
it's for a year.
digress. I'd like
Yes.
to move to a different area. Do we feel that, are we receiving from the feedback from the people who may be leaving that money is the issue and that's why they're leaving?
Not always. When we look at the exits, it could be because of relocation. It could be for personal reasons and medical. So it's not necessarily on that exit interview saying money, but there have been concerns about paraprofessional pay.
And
Yes.
don't get me wrong, I want to keep as many teachers as we possibly can. I'm just not certain that saying, let's increase the money capacity is what's going to keep them or bring them back right now, because we're not seeing a mass exodus based on the pay. I think it's the structure
But
of the
this
work.
is the aids that I'm talking about today.
Exactly. We were just talking about aides, not the emergency cert for the teachers, but I'm responding to what was said in terms of we have to stop it right now. In terms of the aides, with 26 vacancies, have we seen an increase in departures of aides? And they're saying that, and I agree. I think the reason why I didn't even recommend the one step up, because I think it should be 2. But again, I would like to do that under the umbrella of the survey, as opposed to just arbitrarily saying that's the way it should go. But I stand ready to receive the recommendation of the board.
Well, I do want to just say that when we're having dialogue, it's not constructive to go yes, no, yes, no. We're looking for solutions. Let's find some solutions and be respectful of different opinions here. I'll go ahead and give the floor to Ms. Stanford.
In response to Ms. Canoyer's initial question, I would be in favor of looking at increases to the pay. But I also wonder if that's the main reason that we're losing them. I wonder if there's other, just like teachers, is a higher pay going to solve it? Or are there other factors involved in the loss of that position? When me and Ms. Faulkner and Ms. Ryan were visiting one of the schools just this past week, we actually witnessed a meltdown right during our visit. And it took 2 people to minister to that child, which removed an extra person from the classroom And when one meltdown occurs, that triggers the other kids, and it escalates the environment. So you almost need additional aids in there, and it's a sudden balancing act. And then I also noticed in the midst of trying to quell that meltdown, one of the people ministering to that child had to stop and start taking notes. And I thought, I don't know if I could do that, to have to write down and think how, I'm recording this information while this thing is happening, and I'm trying to minister to this child. It's almost like you're trying to do two things at once, and the child, becomes additional to the chores you're trying to do. And I'm just wondering if there's so much expected of them, or maybe some of the requirements are such that it makes it so frustrating. We'd have to get feedback from the aides. I'd really like to know, or take a look at what we're requiring of them in addition to the pay grade. So.
I'm with Ms. Stanford. I would say this, Ms. Stanford. I think everyone in public education needs an increase in pay across the board. Everybody's working hard in every capacity. But again, to your point, I would like to look at the departures. I know that we ask the question when people leave, and they are free to write on there if money is the issue. And I'm not seeing a lot of that. I'm not confident that we would be able to increase just by doing this right now. I do feel a need to get this done because when we looked into this and we looked at the surrounding areas, you're right, special ed paras are 1 or 2 grades higher than ours. They're definitely not on the same level as the instructional paras. There's a need to make this correction. I'm not confident that we need to make it right now before we receive any feedback on the other areas that we may need to make corrections on. And I'm not confident that it'll make a difference in the amount of people that we can retain or recruit based on this change that we make right now in the middle of the year. But again, we stand ready for the recommendation of the board.
Ms. Faulkner.
One of the concerns, and I was going to bring this up, but now since it's become a SPED, I've heard over and over, and I know we heard it, crisis sub. And from questioning, there's really no direct, that the crisis sub is a good Band-Aid. It's saying we recognize that we need another person in this location. But from the input that we got, there's no direct way of making a crisis sub. What is the process? There's no written process on how the crisis sub position becomes another paraprofessional or another teaching position. And the other, I know you have the answer, but the other question is there any way we can move that timeline up just for the one portion? I really want to do the survey because we as a board agreed that needed to be done. The Stetson group needs to come in. We're having the audit on the pay scale, but
The timeline for when they will complete the project is completely on TASB, who will be completing the compensation timeline. In addition, I'd just like to remind the board that if you do choose to make an increase, we would have to do a budget amendment to take
Right.
that from the fund balance before
Right.
implementing the rate.
right. And before you answer, in my experience, no matter what, looking at all those surveys, no matter what, the 3 reasons are always support, money, and workload. And you don't have to pay me much as long as my workload is not making me crazy or I have the most wonderful administrator on the planet. So I think no matter what we look at, it's always working between those 3. And we see people move, not for money, but because maybe they're not getting the support they need at this one place and they ask for the transfer. And so it's always those. But if we can increase one of them to, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, but Go ahead. Crisis subs.
Crisis subs. And so what I do want to remind it, there is always different units, and where we're seeing the uptick right now, and it has really been since COVID, is in our ECSEs units and our BAC units and our life skills units and our Apple units. And those are the most difficult units that we have in SPED. So part of my other job is wearing that SPED special education hat. So when we do a crisis sub, it's really because we are trying to find a preponderance of evidence to support whether or not a child needs a one-to-one. And you know that under federal law and the requirements under SPED, to make a decision to assign a one-to-one aid with a child means that we are locking the district into that for the entire time the student is with us in the district. And so when we are talking, and I know I'm probably going to get a text from one of our lawyers tonight, but when we're talking about assigning a one-to-one aid to a student, that it means if it starts in third grade, it's going to be from third grade till that child turns 22 and leaves the district. And so what we have to do, we do the crisis subs, but what we also need to realize is that a crisis sub is still a sub. And it depends on whether or not the crisis sub picks up that day. And so as a principal, I treated them like they were our savior riding in on a white steed when they would show up at my campus, because I needed them to show up every single day. But that's what it is. It's a substitute that has chosen to take a position in what we call a crisis situation in one of our SPED units, but the substitute has to pick up every day. And sometimes if that sub continues to show up every day and we do have the vacancy, we do work with them and Region 20. And Region 20 has been very supportive because the special education issue is not just a Judson ISD issue. It is all over the city and the state and the nation. And so they have even waived the costs of someone getting the certification to become an instructional aid, a special ed aid in our units, in an effort to help us out. So if we have a crisis sub and they're just lacking that piece, the Nickelby certification that they have to be, they will waive the cost of that in order for us to expedite that person becoming a special ed instructional aid in our unit. And so there's been so many things that we have talked about and worked with and talked to TEA about. It's a crisis, and it's a crisis like we've never seen before. But we're working on it. All right.
Ms. Rodriguez.
I can't say that I disagree with anything that has been said because, yes, I believe we should pay people more money, and especially folks who are doing a very, very difficult job. But I don't agree with the timing right now. And there's a couple items on today's agenda that have board members bringing items that require a cost that was not budgeted for. And I don't feel comfortable voting on those things, but I feel public pressure to vote for things like a pay increase for, so I think that, like, these are complicated, and I really do believe that, like, while this is a very pressing issue, there are other things that we can do in the short term. And I think that's what the board is maybe saying in this moment is, like, we need to do something and we need a concrete plan. So now we've resorted to maybe suggesting some things of our own. And so I think that, like, that is the direction that I would go, because I don't feel comfortable voting on something where I don't have the documentation in front of me of, like, this is the cost, here's where that money would come from, here's the impact that we're anticipating, and I don't have that today. I don't know if the purpose, maybe Ms. Canoyer, was to, like, suggest it so that that could be brought in a future meeting and not that we're voting on, okay, we're gonna pay them, $1 more today. So, that's where I'm coming from today in this discussion.
Ms. Ryan.
Well, like Ms. Faulkner said, people don't leave for money, but money is all we have is to get people here. But they're gonna leave because of caseload, and that's why they are leaving. Absolutely not one of these lawsuits says relocation, not a single one. They're all personal reasons or positions elsewhere. And this gets real frustrating when we've been asking for solutions over and over and over for months and months and months. So you know, I asked for some very specific things to be looked at and proposed to us, because right now, we're short 60-some people and have been since the beginning of the school year. And we've hired 2 teachers. 2 have been on the hiring list in 90 days. So I can't see these other 33 positions getting filled anytime soon. And if you do the math of basic dollar amounts, those 60 vacant positions, we're now underspent over $500,000. So that means we have extra $500,000 because there's no one working in those jobs right now. We're not spending the money on special ed. So if we're not spending it on people, why are we not using that money to fill those positions? And that's why I asked for things like, are we doing something about a signing bonus, a relocation bonus, a unit bonus, if you work in a certain unit, to get us right now? Because, and trust me, there's a bunch of us up on this board who have talked to a lot of sped teachers who are gonna walk. They are literally 1 foot out the door because they have gotten their 40th kid. And they're not gonna do it anymore, not for this pay. They'll go take $4,000 less a year, and they will go work in some other district, and they're just throwing their resume out there everywhere. And it's killing them inside too. It's killing them because they love these babies, but they just don't know how much more they can take. And so this is something that worries me, because this is what TEA comes and takes you over for. If you are not meeting your minutes, thousands of minutes a week on students, then all of a sudden, and we're already seeing emails from parents, we're already seeing questions being asked about what we're doing about comp minutes, and we don't have anybody. We just don't have a person to even give the minutes. And the answer is not change the IEP, so we give them less minutes. The kids need what the kids need. And we had to find a way to meet those students' needs. And so to not be seeing short-term solutions to get those kids their minutes and not seeing any forward progress in 90 days of hiring 2 teachers in 90 days is not forward progress. And 20-some paras quitting in less than 90 days is not forward progress. And people calling us, telling us they are on the verge of quitting is what's making a bunch of us up here really scared, because this can come crashing down really quick. So I wish you guys had presented us like we had asked for some other short-term, whether that's upping para pay, whether that's bonuses, relocation, signing bonuses, retention bonuses, whatever that is, to use this $500,000 we haven't spent. That would have been nice to see tonight, because I think they're looking for a life raft right now on all of our campuses. The sped teachers are, that there is hope that reinforcements are coming. And I think they're gonna hear that reinforcements aren't coming anytime soon.
Can I respond to
Sure,
some of
Dr.
that?
Fields, go ahead.
I'd like for Dr. Taganon, Dr. Toppin to speak as well. But for the principals here, this is annual. And it's not just in special education. I know that's what we're talking about now. But this is what they deal with every day. And money isn't what keeps people. They know that. So you can offer more money, and we're gonna try and go out. And we gave a laundry list of different things that we did to try and bring people in. So it's disingenuous to say it's because of something you did not receive. We've done the stuff. We're trying to keep people. This is a difficult time in education. And what we're dealing with is not exclusive to Judson ISD. It's across the state. It's across the nation. I agree. We need to give the paras more money, and I think that we need to evaluate that. But to say that it was because of something we did or did not do that people are getting frustrated in public education right now is a little disingenuous. So Dr. Taganon, Dr. Toppin.
I would just like to add, first, I'd like to compliment Dr. Armstead and her team. In a very, very difficult time, they have gone above and beyond with the amount of work that they've done in order to meet the needs of our students. I will also like to say that as of right now today, we only have 26 students that are receiving compensatory services. The only time we have to offer compensatory services is if we have failed to provide services for a child in their area of need. to say that we have 4,000 plus students in Judson ISD and only 26 are being offered compensatory services. And some of them, almost all of them, not because of any fault through what we have done, but because we are trying to play catch up for a child that just arrived in our district 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago. I like to say that. So 26 students out of 4,000, I think 210 the last time I counted. The other thing that I would like to say is that we have gone to every campus. That's what our coordinators and our supervisors do. They go to campuses and make sure that what is written in the child's IEP is being followed on the campus. So when we go through and do those type of evaluations, what we have found is that sometimes, we're looking at a child and we're like, oh, well, they really need to stay more in back than what they need to. If it's not written in their IEP, we're not to go over that unless we are trying to prove that the child's needs are not being met. So in some of the conversations that we have had with the special ed department chair or the special ed lead on that campus or the teacher in that unit, what we have found is that they were going beyond what the IEP had stated for that child. And so we went through and reconfigured how they were running their units in order to make sure that we were following the IEP to the letter of the law. The third point that I would like to make is that when we are looking at the different units and the different needs of the unit, I will tell you that as a campus principal, if it meant that my secretary had to go into a unit for that day, that's what happened. I would do without my secretary to make sure that we were covering the needs of our students. I will tell you that in talking to our principals on a daily basis, they are trying. They are working hard. They are trying to support their teachers that are sitting in those units and doing the things that they need to do to ensure that, one, that our teachers feel that they are supported, and two, that every child is getting the education that they deserve, no matter what their disability is. The other thing that I would like to ask, and I'll stop talking in a minute. I'm a little passionate about special ed, and I know how hard everyone works. The other thing that I would like to say is that unless you know the IEP of every child that is in the unit, we go beyond on a daily basis of what our students need. A lot of our students are not in a co-teach setting where you have to have a second teacher in the room. A lot of our students are in a setting where it says that they have to be supported through instructional minutes being provided. We could get away with, I want you to hear this, it is okay by the state of Texas that we only provide 3 days of instructional support. I want you to hear this. 3 days of instructional support. The state of Texas says that you are meeting the requirements. We provide 5 full days of instructional support for all of our students, when we only needed to provide 3, which is written into their IEP. We go over and beyond than what we're supposed to do because Carrie Armstead, Dr. Armstead and I are both parents of special needs kids. We get it. We live it every day. And so we do a lot of things that go over and beyond what we are expected to do. We have been complimented by the state of Texas. We have an audit. We've done a self-assessment. We are working as hard as we can in unbelievable conditions. I will tell you that they have been tasked as coordinators and supervisors to make sure that we're doing what we're supposed to do with every kid according to their IEP. So in difficult times, and I'm talking to directors all over the city, everybody's in the same boat. We're working hard, but I really would like to caution us from making broad statements about what's not happening in our units when we have proof that we are doing what we're supposed to do to make sure that our students are receiving the education that they deserve.
I would also like to add that we are doing a lot working with special education department to ensure that where there are campuses that struggle in the area of special education, they're moving vacancies to those particular campuses to be able to fill a specific need or high area need onto a campus. And so we work really closely to be able to fill those spots. In addition to that, we do recruit in a variety of ways. We do have all of our social media platforms. We do campaign ads, both electronically. We do print campaign ads. We have already scheduled some job fairs in the spring. We've recently reorganized our HR department to put somebody in charge to ensure that we're partnering with those universities to ensure that we can get lists of people working with Region 20 and their programs as well, and ensuring that we have all of the information so that we can assist in waiving costs for specific certifications and tests. We reimburse people when they are seeking certification and taking those tests. And so we are doing a number of things to try to recruit all of our vacancies. We do understand that our special education and bilingual positions are harder to fill, like we said earlier, not just in our district, but everywhere. But I do want to ensure the board that we are thinking of creative ways and ways to be able to recruit and retain. However, because we've already passed our compensation plan and our budget, we haven't gone deep into how we can increase monetary incentives. We do have a teacher task force that we've convened, cohort number 2. We're meeting the week after we get back from the Thanksgiving break to discuss certain items, including retention and what some of those things could be. And so we do have plans in place to be able to continue to strengthen our recruitment efforts. As well, we can certainly come up with all of the different ways we can increase incentives monetarily. I can tell you that in that cursory look of the different paraprofessional pay grade scales in some of the surrounding districts, they do have paraprofessionals, sped paraprofessionals in higher pay grades than a typical instructional paraprofessional. And in addition to that, they have paraprofessionals that work in specialized units in an even higher pay grade. And so that's definitely a recommendation we would definitely put forward, because it did used to be separated like that quite some time ago, but it is not currently. So we would be more than happy to put together some monetary type incentives to be considered for the budget cycle or for whatever you wish to make a recommendation and decide on.
Well, Ms. Canoyer, I'd like a moment to speak. I've not had a chance to comment on this. Naturally, I see that my colleagues, there is a need and desire, and not to say that administratively there is a need and a desire. So we're both on the same page here about trying to address it. The questions I would have had that came out of this are, what are we doing? And obviously the compensation is important, but I do agree with Ms. Rodriguez that we probably need to look at this following year, especially after the compensation plan will be coming from TASB to arm us. But I also understand what Ms. Ryan and Ms. Faulkner and Ms. Stanford are saying about, hey, what are we doing right now? Because obviously it is a concern. I get it, but I want to give acknowledgement that you guys get it too. And it is really a collective effort. There are several things that this board has brought forward that are important. Special ed is one of them, but so is grade level attainment and all the things we need to do in math and in reading. This is why we do this. We're passionate about education and passionate about our children. So in that respect, I think we're all going the same direction. There's no reason to think that we're in conflict here. And for those in special ed who think that the board doesn't support them or administration doesn't support them, that's entirely wrong. And I would challenge that this deficiency is happening in every district across Bexar County. You're not going to go to the grass is greener somewhere else. And so I would say that any of those that are considering leaving to still give us, the board, who is interested in doing short-term things, and administration in trying to support you. We want all our children supported. We want all of our employees supported. So I just want that to be clear, that that's my perspective on how we're going to approach this. And I appreciate you letting me speak, Ms. Canoyer. I'll give you the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to try to wrap up here, which is why I did that anyway. One of the reasons that this came to me is that besides watching the personnel reports, is I had a special ed aide who came up to me and said, I can make the same money being the receptionist as I'm making, fighting kids every day. And so why would I do that? So that kind of sparked me. Now, I'm hearing that it's not the will of the entire board to do something about this tonight. But I do want to assure the people who are listening and tell your friends, this is a priority for us, is to making sure that these positions that are so vital and so important, both, as I said earlier, legally and morally, that this is a priority for us to look at in the next budget cycle. And I'm hoping that we'll have more data then from our pay compensation. And please hang in there. We value you, and we want to support you, and it's coming, so.
Ms. Ryan?
Well, I'm not prepared to leave the conversation without at least putting a motion out on the table. We weren't given really many options or scenarios, but I know the one thing everyone in the field has asked us for is just more people. They'll stay if we get them more people. They don't even need more money today. They can wait till spring, most of them have said, but if they don't get more help and reduce their caseload, they just want, and filling these vacancies, these 60, are crucial. We have to get them here, because that's the only thing the board can do. We can't keep them here. That's up to the campuses and our staff to, keep them here. So I am going to move that we amend the compensation plan to add a spring sign-on bonus. I'm gonna be careful on my words on this. A spring sign-on bonus for new hires that start the first day of our spring semester. An incentive of an additional $1,500 for our sped paras that would be new hires to fill those 30-some vacancies we currently have. And a $2,500 sped teacher sign-on bonus for teachers that start at the beginning of spring semester. And again, I'm not worried about, this is $100-some thousand worth of stuff, and we are so, we're missing so many people, and they've been off contract for a quarter of the year. So, 60 people is over $2 million for a whole year. So there's more than sufficient funds in the existing budget for that. So that is my motion.
Well, Ms. Ryan's made a motion, and it does need a second, or it will die. I want to say, while we're waiting for that second, that we can still ask administration to provide some data so that we can review it. It's more sensible to look at the information and also give administration the opportunity to see what more we can do to fill those vacancies now. I think that'd be a better way. But anyway, is there a second? Okay, I hear no second, so we'll go ahead and move forward to the next agenda item. Discussion and take possible action for the approval of to reestablish the Finance Board Advisory Committee. I think we had curriculum and planning on it. This was an item brought back by Ms. Ryan, but I think she has some information for us regarding finance. So Ms. Ryan, I'll give you the floor. This is your item.
Yes, the two I brought up at the last board meeting were finance and then curriculum. I just hadn't finished typing up what that looked like, so thanks for the extra month to get that together. So I went back through, because again, these were both committees that existed until COVID hit. All the agendas for them are all out in our board book to see what these committees used to do. On the finance side of the house, there is much more to finance than what the board sees in the budget cycle. There are title funds, grant funds, ESSER funds. There is all the ways we have to comply with all of our state rules in terms of spend 55% of this money on this, spend 100% of this money on this, and it is not something we have excelled at necessarily in the past, and could use a little more oversight and really making sure those things are collaboratively working district and board to make sure that those things are aligned. So those are some samples of what used to be on the finance agendas, and really just gives a chance to be more of a workshop that really nugs into a lot of the fine details of it. So then when it, just like the Innovation Committee does, when it is presented to the board, it's all those fine details and questions. Most of them have already been asked in that workshop type committee. And then curriculum and instruction, we used to be a committee. I kind of added the word assessment to it because I know that's test results and data are something we've been talking a lot about, and what sort of data can be dug into. Like we've got unit assessments on the superintendent report for tonight, which we normally don't brief. That may be something that is better looked at like in a committee related to the curriculum and instruction. So here are some of the things that it used to look at back when this committee was running is they'd look at how is the early childhood pre-K program going, you know, and how are those results looking and what should we recommend to the board we do on pre-K for next year? What should we do with our dual language programs? What does that data look like? It gave the CNI teams a chance to come and just brief the, 2 or 3 board members that were on there about what they're doing in math and what they're seeing for the year, and then really digging into those assessment results real deep and different subpopulations and different groups. Then we just can't get to that level here in board meeting. Otherwise, we'll be here, 3 nights a week till midnight. And then they looked at other things like the instructional calendar. How do we get enough minutes? Looking at master schedules, looking at the professional development calendar. How many professional development days do we have? Instructional materials and instructional technology. That's kind of what those committees used to do. So I see a benefit, especially with so many kind of new people, and it gives a level of transparency and communication out to our community too about what's going on in those areas if they choose to come sit in those meetings or be a part of them. Then, and if not, at least the board members know a lot more about what's going on. So when people ask us questions, we know. Any questions on those 2 committees?
Ms. Rodriguez.
My question is for Dr. Fields or somebody from administration. I remember getting something in the Friday notes recently that talked about district committees for curriculum and instruction, bond oversight. I'm not making that up, right? Those exist.
They exist.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'll name that we reorganized the committees when we went through the thank you, Lone Star Governance. It's getting late and we still have a lot left to do and I'm losing my words already. When we went through Lone Star Governance, we made a decision as a board to restructure our committees so that they reflected the priorities of the board. So I think my other question is for Mr. Macias. I know that we were going to be working with, was it Dr. Gibson? Was
Yes,
his name?
ma'am.
Yes. To, look at our board goals and things. And I would say, my preference would be that if we're going to restructure our committees, that we do that after the process of looking at our goals as a board so that our committees align to those things. And if there are board members that want to get into the finer points of these things, then they can attend the existing district committees to learn about those things, because I don't think it's a lack of transparency that we have in our district at all. I think we have that. And yeah, so that's my take on this.
Thank you. I think my perspective is somewhat similar, Ms. Rodriguez. My concern would be that we would have the danger of crossing over into the micromanagement timeline of things when we get into the real specifics. It's important that we be transparent. I've always advocated for that. But just to be transparent, any item on this finance committee can be brought forward as an agenda item. If we want to talk about ESSER funds on the agenda. Title funds, it's on the agenda. So there is mechanisms currently to do that. But I will tell you too, as Ms. Canoyer mentioned last month, we've had a finance committee that really wasn't effective. I didn't want to use that word, but that's really what it was. We just were kind of spinning our wheels. So there is a desire for board committees to supplement and support the district overall. But I don't think we found the combination. And I do also know that other districts and boards have curriculum committees, have finance committees. It's important for the board to get this information. We can still get it in the boardroom. I think I like the framework, Ms. Ryan, on the Finance Board Advisory Committee. I would also, just putting it out there, we need to actually solidify a budget timeline for when we do budgets and when we have program reviews as part of the deliverable for a committee like this. But I'm cautious. Like I said, I don't want it to get to a point where we're reviewing, but we're reviewing stuff that, you know, we give to management to do. And oversight and review, very, very different words. And our job as a board is to provide oversight and recommendations. So I'm still a little weary. I'm just concerned that some of the stuff is real broad. And the other part I'll echo again is just that this finance committee would then be armed with a lot more information than the entire board. And for me, I just feel like every board member should be receiving all information all at the same time. So there's equity on this board and there's no imbalance in who has what. And not every member can serve on the Finance Advisory Committee. So that's still another concern that we need to address. And currently, we have the Innovation Committee, which is overarching and broad. We have the Internal Audit Committee, which is also a board responsibility. So it fits in alignment with what the board functions are. But I don't want to be non-supportive, Ms. Ryan, because I do appreciate this coming out, and I think we have a responsibility to be more engaged. I'm just not sure if this is yet the right fit, but that's just my opinion. I'll go ahead and yield the floor to Ms. Stanford.
I would see a need for a finance committee because this is a lot of information that it's difficult for all of us to go into as much as it needs to be, and I would expect the committee to report to the board so that we all do have all the information. I would just want the committee to be fully populated, so it's what, 3 people, not just 1 or 2 people. And I know normally you assign people to committees. I wouldn't want any assigning. I wouldn't want to be assigned to the Finance Committee. I would like there to be volunteers. And if we have 3 people that are willing to volunteer to the Finance Committee to put in the time and to gather the information, I think that would be useful and I'd be for it.
I'm sorry, Ms. Ryan.
Yes, well, I've been hearing a lot over campuses the last 2 weeks. Well, just because we used to do it that way, we're tired of doing things the Judson way. It's a kind of a catch-all, like we always used to do it that way, so let's just keep doing that. And it gets on a lot of people's nerves around this district now because, you know, we need to be looking for new and innovative ways. So, you know, this board has changed and the priorities of this board has changed because 4 of the people sitting up here are new and 3 new board members too. So, and I watched the entire 5-hour session on when they went through and picked the board, which committees they were going to make when they did that with the old board too. So, you know, legislative committee was a priority and that committee has never met once since it was established. So it'd be nice. We talk a lot about finance and it's clearly a priority of a number of us up here on this board. There are hundreds of school districts all over the state of Texas. If you go ask consultants what the top 2 board advisory committees they have are, it is finance and curriculum. If they have no other committees, because there's board work that has to be done, and even their consultant that was here before the rest of us were, that was the important thing she talked about is what's the board work? This is work that we have to do and write things and gather data and make recommendations, you know, type thing. So with finance being a priority and us being in a, you know, some unique financial positions and a lot of decisions coming up with finance. And I know, Ms. Stanford, you'd probably volunteer for that assessment and curriculum. I know that was a big thing that you were on too, in terms of we are so data-driven right now in everything we do, and there's so many of us who have a desire to understand that data. And if we're gonna try and do all of this work in a board meeting, then we're probably gonna have to go to at least 2 meetings a month, because I know we're not gonna get through the budget workshops, you know, or even some of this assessment data and stay here till midnight every night. So this leaves an avenue to get some of this done. But, you know, I would be hard pressed to say finance and curriculum are not two priorities of this board right now. But I guess if the board, my fellow board members don't think those are priorities for this board and its board work, I move that we establish a finance
There's
advisory
still,
committee.
there's still some people that want
You
to
can
speak.
discuss after I make a motion, and there's a second, right?
Yeah,
okay.
but it's
Or I
out
can
of
wait.
courtesy. Yeah, we're just to be courteous. Ms. Rodriguez.
I'll let Ms. Kennard go first, because we pushed it at the same time.
Okay, I appreciate that.
I would never say that curriculum and finance are not priorities of this board, not of any single person on this board. That's part of our duties. My concern is reaching down into micromanagement and not oversight. In my experience as a trustee, there have been times when board members have pushed and pushed and pushed to get into the nitty-gritty of everything, and that is not our role. We have hired a superintendent. The superintendent has a staff. The staff is to do the investigation, bring the recommendations to us, and we approve them based on the data, based on the information that they bring us. I am very concerned that we're heading towards getting in the weeds of all this and not being up here. I will not support a finance committee where certain people are learning some things that other people aren't. If there is a need for you to understand one particular element of something, then ask for a report on it, ask for a workshop. But I cannot support 3 members of the board being privy to detailed financial information that the rest of the board does not have. That's just not okay. And then with the Curriculum Instruction and Assessment Board Advisory, those reports are already, these things are already coming to us as part of superintendent reports from our goal setting that we did and the deliverables that we charged the superintendent to bring to help us meet those goals. So I'm not ready to support this at all.
Ms. Rodriguez.
Ms. Kennard said everything I was going to say, so.
Ms. Faulkner.
So, when I attended, I think I've said this before, when I attended the new trustee institute for 13 hours, two of the committees that came up over and over again were finance and curriculum. But I understand everybody's opinion on these two. So with that in mind, since we are working with Dr. Gibson, is that something that we can look at when we go about our goals and our needs and we delve more into? Because my other concern is, as much as I really want to work extra on a committee, is the staff is also going to have to work extra on those committees. So I think it's something that we should just maybe put a pin in for now and work on our board goals and expectations and see what develops from that.
I would just say too that, you know, we're very passionate about our district. And I, for one, I've had a long tenure on this board, and I've worked on advocating and being transparent and being engaged. And I've said it many times before, this is probably the most engaged board I've ever had the opportunity to work with. We are in the community, we care about our employees, we care about our students. So this is a little difficult because I kind of now am seeing perspective that, you know, we're also trying to create a path forward, one that's going to really benefit the entire district, but we can't overrun administration. And I'm just concerned a little bit that that might be occurring. I would encourage that we as a team have dialogue about special meetings that are specific. I will still ask for title funding. I will still ask for ESSER funding. I will still seek information from good friends out in the community about their perspective. I think that's a good way in the short run to do it. And Ms. Faulkner, to your point, I do believe we can revisit some of these committee structures as we go forward in trying to create our pathway forward. So it really does take, but I also will add to just one thing that Ms. Ryan had mentioned that just is resonating with me. I know a lot of people out there, a lot of good people, and a lot of good people that are products of the Judson way. My wife, my daughter. It is not to be used as a derogatory or negative statement, the Judson way. If there's a disconnect or a concern, we're not perfect. I've been fighting the fight for a long time. I know we're not perfect, but I don't like the connotation of Judson way meaning something negative. And it's not always negative. It can be something we're proud of. I'm proud to be a board member for Judson ISD, and I'll continue to advocate for my community that way. So I just couldn't not comment on that. That was hurting me a little bit in the heart there. So, Ms. Stanford, go ahead.
I would just say I'm interested in a finance and a curriculum committee. But if we will agree to bring this to the Gibson get-together, I'd be willing to wait for that so that he can help us craft the goals for each of them and further discuss how to fill them. Then I would be willing to wait for that. I don't know when we're scheduled for that. Do we?
I'll be looking back to get back with that because we're now going to revise our schedule from what we had before. We have additional priorities, if you will, that we'll talk about. So I'll get back with the board on that.
Because I would appreciate and value the help at organizing these committees so that they're honed and focused the way we need them to be. But I'm interested in both committees.
Ms. Ryan.
And then I guess if we can add maybe somewhere in our agenda where we are able to list all of the things we've asked district for over and over, like finance reports and those types of things, and not received, like ESSER budgets. So if we're gonna rely on just emailing district to ask them for stuff, then there has to be a forum for when we don't receive what we're supposed to get, if we can add that also.
Yeah, I would reiterate for the sake of the public that this was a dual request. I'm sorry, I'm thinking of the SPED. This was a request by Ms. Ryan that had some additional requests for reports. But we will also have to talk about that as a board because some of the reports are, I'm being told, are take a little more time to put together. I agree with Ms. Ryan, and I would hope you do as well, Dr. Fields, that anytime a board does request information, that we will eventually get that information. But
we spoke.
Yeah.
And I informed you of what she had requested.
Yes.
You informed me.
Hold on. Let me be clear. And I did tell Dr. Fields the information that's being provided was a lot in between the time. So please don't think I was trying to, I'll give you ample time. But bottom line is that we will eventually get the information. But I did make, it was apparent that it was a lot. And a lot being done at a time that we're preparing for a board meeting in conjunction to all the other daily functionalities of all of our administration. I have to be sensitive to our employees that are in those roles. So again, back to, we will get information, but it'll be done in an appropriate timeline, not one that is as rapid. And that's still, I think that's still been protocol. But we as a board will have to talk about how much time and how many requests and how much information, because sometimes it can really seem like a lot.
I'd like to
Go ahead, Dr. Phillips.
reiterate that in our board protocols, it states that the board may request, not an individual, documents. And the key is if we're going to request something that's not already created, then it's left up to the discretion of the district on when, how, and when they can get that to you. But it's not the board requesting, it's individual request.
Of
But
course.
we've been responding to it like it's a board request.
No,
But now that it's starting to affect our capacity to perform, we're asking that the board request it or let us know exactly what we need to work on. Because at this point, we're even calling the principals back in to complete some of these documents.
Of course, and that is absolutely one of our board policies. So as I mentioned, we just have to have a discussion, the board, on how we're going to move forward with these reports. And that way, any board member that's making a request, if it needs to be board action, then it's going to be board action so that we have the appropriate protocols in that respect. So this is, again, an evolving time, and, you know, it just, but that's where we are. So I think we've talked through this, and it looks like the consensus of the board is that we just move forward and have Dr. Gibson involved with our committee. I've taken notes. So I think we're on our last item for discussion and action. This is discuss and take possible action regarding funding for art supplies for 8 elementary schools. Ms. Stanford.
Right, this goes back to last month's meeting when we voted for Title I funds to 12 elementary schools. And Ms. Ryan pointed out that there were 8 that weren't given funds. And it just looked like an inequity, and I didn't want it left that way. Wanted to circle back to that to make sure that we were addressing it fairly for all schools. And it's not necessarily an easy thing, but I did get the population of all the schools, and I got the economic development, the economically disadvantaged percentages for all the schools. And from comparing that, I do see that 6 of the schools that got the funding are on the lower end of the economically disadvantaged student population, and 5 of the schools that did not get the funds are on the lowest end of the economically disadvantaged population. So how do we square that? How do we fix that? That needs to be discussed by the board. I don't have an automatic answer. I did do a real rough calculation and figured it was about $12 per student for the art supplies, just a real rough, average. And if we applied that $12 a student to the students in the schools that did not get the funds, that would be a cost of about $53,000 to bring that up to speed. But I don't know if that's the answer, and I wanted to just bring it to the board to discuss. Is there some action we need to take? I don't know if we need feedback from the 8 schools.
Ms.
First?
Stanford, I have that feedback for you.
Okay.
I can share some information. Ms. Knoyer, would you want me to give some background first, and then we'll go from there? Sure. So 2011, I believe, is when the district started to phase out art teachers at the elementary level. At about spring, in the staffing for the 22-23 school year, we started having conversations about creating an additional specials rotation for campuses that had large numbers of students. Because that specials rotation is, in essence, the place where a teacher is granted their conference period. So what we had to do is we had to figure out a way to provide more special rotations for the campuses that had larger population, hence this magic 700 number. So once a campus triggered that 700, then, and maintained that number, then during that staffing model, it was brought to the table that you would have an additional allocation. It was never stated it's an additional allocation specifically for art. I want to be really clear about that. Campuses, campus principals have the discretion to use that allocation as they see fit on their campus. For example, we have some campuses who took that allocation and used it for a STEAM teacher. We have some campuses who took that allocation to create a makerspace teacher. So I just want to be really careful when we talk about an art allocation. That's not actually what we want to pigeonhole it into. The idea is to give campuses an additional allocation to use as they see fit on their campus for their specials rotation. So then the conversation came up about startup funds for these campuses. And so we went into staffing, and Ms. Davis, if I get this wrong, will you help me? When we went into staffing for the current school year that we're in now, in February of last year, we started talking about that same process, about this 700 and maintaining that 700 student enrollment, getting that additional allocation. So when that happened, then the idea was, how will these campuses have startup funds should they choose to use an art teacher? So then the startup funds conversation happened. And then campus principals, advocating like they always do, were like, hold on, pump the brakes.
I was given this allocation last year, but I wasn't given a startup fund. So then we brought an amendment back to the board to allow these campuses to have startup funds when their allocation was given the previous year. So if you look at these campuses that have not been given their allocation, you will notice that it's based on student enrollment. Has absolutely nothing to do with economically disadvantaged status. It's completely campus enrollment.
If I could, I don't know if I, can I respond? I did look at enrollment, and several of the schools that got the funds are below 700, quite below in some cases.
So let me pause right there for 1 second. And Ms. Davis, help me out, please, if I get this wrong. Campuses who are below that enrollment may have additional funds that they use because of their economically disadvantaged status, that they are free to use as for an allocation that they see fit. It may be an academic trainer, it may be an academic coach, it may be an additional RTI teacher. They could also look at their discretionary funds and decide that they want to have a computer aid, a makerspace aid, an art aid. So I want to be sure that we're not confusing that staffing allocation that was given based on student enrollment numbers with decisions that campuses are making using the funds they're given with state comp or title or local.
In addition to that, Dr. Saunders, we do have some campuses that didn't reach their 700 student allocation and received an art allocation teacher because they are a fine arts academy, such as the
Understood.
Fine Arts Academy at Olympia, and STEAM. Our STEAM campus, Elof STEAM Academy, also received that allocation.
Yeah, I see that.
And there are not 700 students. The rest of the campuses may have received that allocation when they reach 700 students. And I will tell you, because this recently happened, we are a highly mobile district. We can have a campus reach 700 students and within a month be well below that number again. And so we've even thought about establishing a timeline for how long that student enrollment needs to stay before an allocation is given, because we're a highly mobile district. So they might not be 700 now, but I promise you that at the time they were, that's when they received the allocation.
Yeah, so I don't know how long we're waiting on that, but one school has 513 that got the allocation. One has 596 that got the allocation, that are not fine art schools. So it was just difficult to see the rhyme or reason. And I just wanted the community to have a clear understanding of it, because I don't understand it.
So there is a component to this as well. And Ms. Burton, if I get this wrong, I want you to help me out. Before when these initial campuses, the ones that you just named off that are like at 586 and 584, these campuses received allocations before we were following the staffing model that we're using now.
Oh.
So this was historically given to these campuses before we used the staffing model that we're using now. So you could almost say, in essence, these campuses were sort of grandfathered in when they were giving these allocations before we were following to the T the staffing model that we're using now.
Okay.
And that goes with, again, the compensation and staffing study, that we would be able to right-size some of the decisions that were made previous to this administration and that weren't following a specific staffing model.
So I would just throw it back to the board to see if there's any other questions they have, or if there's any feeling anyone else on the board has that any equitable move needs to be made.
Ms. Canoyer?
I think granting this money to these other schools creates an inequity, because you're not going to grant it more money for supplies to the schools that have the allocation already. And that money is not for construction paper, markers, paper. It's for equipment to staff an art room, classroom, which is completely different than what campuses would use any further money for. So I just don't think this is an appropriate thing to do. If we want to relook at having art teachers at every campus, that's something we should discuss during budgeting. And I'm all for that if we have the money to do it. But I think that acting on this item creates an inequity rather than solving one.
Ms. Faulkner?
I heard what you said about the timeline, so that answered part of my question. The second thought process that keeps ringing in my head was Woodlake Elementary. They were there, then they weren't, then they were there, then they weren't. And so from what I understand, they're getting an art teacher. One of the things that was brought up was because they now will have that in the rotation, they can provide more PLC time for their teachers because they have an additional place to go. So what I'm proposing eventually in our budgetary planning, in our budget cycle, is maybe looking at increasing the amount of money, allocations, or decreasing that number just a little bit so that, you know, we can make that decision. Because until I heard, I mean, yes, art and knowing that it can go for anything, but the thing that really, like I said, rang in my mind was now we're affecting PLCs for the entire campus. Because if they don't have that extra person, they don't have as much time for planning. They can't provide that extra 90-minute block for their teachers. So I think we need to look at it during the budgetary cycle and make some decisions, whether it's lowering the amount of enrolled students or increasing the allocations, whatever it may be.
I want to say that I appreciate the explanations, the logic, the enrollment. When this topic came up during the last board meeting, what really had me thinking was how we're defining title campuses. And so I do believe that this assessment now merits the question, what is a title campus based on percentage of economically disadvantaged students? And does Wortham Oaks look like Park Village? And there's definitely a difference in that type of student. Now, that's sort of where I think I'll ask administration to come back with the potential. Next year, we're in this boat, and you want to use title funding, that the title funding goes to campuses, as Ms. Stanford had mentioned, that have a higher economically disadvantaged population. I think that's the intent behind title funding, to serve. I am also willing to give this some time to get that assessment, but in the meantime, look at each campus based on enrollment, if they qualify for an art teacher or if they merit one. What I want to do is really ensure title funds are being used to really help support students at an additional layer. And so that's going to take a little time to get back. Ms. Stanford had asked this item be action in case there was a need for action, but I would say in this case, discussion with us is important. But those are kind of the overarching questions: redefining title, determining the campuses that not receive any, if they do need any at all, based on their geographic location in the district, and the service of economically disadvantaged students that they have. But I would say at that point, I don't have anything further to add. Ms. Stanford, did you want to add anything?
Okay, well, I thank the board for their input, and I thank you, Dr. Saunders, for your input. So I'm fine with waiting and revisiting this at a better time.
Thank you, Ms. Stanford. At this time, we're going to actually move our closed session agenda item and go into closed session. So let me read this. The board will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meeting Act. Pursuant to Government Code Section 551074, discussing personnel, personal reports, updates, including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments. B, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551076, discussion regarding intruder detection security audit. And then C, pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074, discussion regarding board member duties, roles, and responsibilities. The time is now 9:29.
some of these. Or one of them.
The board will now reconvene in open session. The time is now 11:06 PM. No final action, decision, or vote was taken while the board was in closed session. We will be taking action on the personnel report. Was there anything you needed to add, Dr. Fields, on personnel?
No, sir.
Okay, so I move that we accept the personnel report as discussed in closed session.
Second.
One moment. Go right ahead, please. There was no action on any of the other items that were listed. I do want to say that based on the time, my colleagues have shared with me many a times that after 11 is pretty late, so we're going to go ahead and get the information regarding the superintendent report to the board, so we'll follow up in that respect. We will also move the discussion items to the next agenda, but I do want on record to just state that the statement of impact submitted by the following charter schools, Disperia School and Real Ed Texas, just for the record as we have to disclose. Being no further business, we will now adjourn at 11:07.
Thank you.
Let me sign that.